What if power didn't make you sane but strange? What if the throne turned men to glass, kings into kleptomaniacs, and empires into operas of obsession, delusion, and divine tea ceremonies? This isn't history, it's royal absurdity, etched in velvet and blood. From glass-bodied monarchs to ghost marriages and edible Bibles, these are the 101 most bizarre stories ever to slip past a crown. No myths, no mercy, just madness wrapped in ermine. Welcome to the palace where sanity abdicated long ago, and the weird sits on the throne. Before we spiral down the velvet-lined rabbit hole, quick question. Where in the world are you watching from, and what time is it right now? Midnight in Manchester? Sunrise in Sao Paulo? Drop it in the comments, because we want to know who's wandering these royal corridors with us. And if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button. We've got a kingdom's worth of strange waiting for you, and trust us, this is just the first chamber. King Charles VI thought he was made of glass. Some kings carry the weight of crowns. Charles VI carried the weight of being, quite possibly, the world's most fragile man. Literally. Midway through his rule of France in the late 14th century, Charles developed a peculiar conviction. He was made of glass. Not symbolically, not metaphorically. Glass. Brittle, delicate, ready to shatter with a single touch. He stopped letting people near him. He had rods sewn into his clothes to reinforce his limbs like scaffolding for a cathedral no one dared breathe near. If someone moved too quickly, he panicked. He feared bumping into furniture, feared his own nights, feared hugs. His royal body, a supposed vessel of divine power, was, in his mind, no more than a chandelier on the verge of collapse. It didn't start this way. Charles had been called the Beloved in his youth, celebrated for his idealism and grace. But at 24, while leading a military campaign, he suffered a violent mental breakdown, charging through his own men with drawn sword, killing several, before collapsing in a fevered, trembling silence. That silence returned again and again for the rest of his life. Glass Charles became the haunting figure of a crumbling France, mentally unstable, politically hollow, a reflection of a dynasty cracking under pressure. Physicians, lacking the vocabulary of modern psychiatry, attempted exorcisms, trepanation, and prayers. Nothing worked. Not logic, not reason. After all, how do you argue with someone who's convinced the mere act of being brushed by a sleeve could end their life? The irony wasn't lost on the court. France's king ruled over iron-willed dukes and battle-worn knights, yet lived in terror of pillows. Courtiers tiptoed, servants bowed from farther away. Advisors whispered to each other in the corridors, unsure whether the monarch's mind was a divine mystery or a cautionary tale about inbreeding and overburdened psyches. Likely it was both. And while Charles broke no actual bones, France fractured plenty. Civil wars, succession crises, foreign invasions. It was as if the country began to mirror its monarch. A body politic made of glass, splintering under pressure. But fragility has a way of echoing, and Charles VI wasn't the only royal haunted by phantoms of the self. His neighbour to the north, Christian VII of Denmark, wasn't worried about being glass. He was too busy fidgeting, constantly, even when he really shouldn't have been. Christian VII couldn't stop fidgeting. Kings are often judged for their composure. Christian VII of Denmark preferred chaos, preferably with one hand under the table. The 18th century monarch was a master of nervous tics, ceaseless fidgeting, and what historical accounts politely call compulsive personal habits. In less delicate terms, The man couldn't stop pleasuring himself. Not in private, not in public, not even during council meetings. By the time Christian ascended the throne at 17, his reputation preceded him. Impulsive, erratic, brilliant in bursts, and barely contained in any room longer than a few minutes. His tutors had tried everything: discipline, art, lectures, even fencing. Nothing could keep his mind or his hands still. He once ran around palace corridors barking like a dog. Another time, he had his valet beat him before royal audiences, allegedly to help him focus. What followed was one of the strangest political power structures in Danish history. While Christian was technically king, real power quietly shifted to his physician and advisor, Johan Struensee. Struensee, rational, ambitious, dangerously reform-minded, became puppet master to the jittery sovereign. For a while, Denmark got lucky. Struensee pushed through hundreds of reforms: freedom of the press, the abolition of torture, even inoculation programs, all behind the scenes. All while Christian VII kept twitching through ceremonies and reportedly reciting Hamlet in mirrors. But power gained through distraction rarely lasts. Struensee fell afoul of the court. He'd grown too bold. Worse, he'd grown too close to the Queen, literally. Rumours of an affair became trials. Trials became executions. Christian VII? He remained largely a bystander, scratching himself through history, both physically and metaphorically. It's tempting to laugh. Court historians certainly did, but there's something tragic about Christian. A man born to rule, but wired like a trapped animal in an ornate cage. What do you do with power when your own body is an unruly storm of impulses? When your crown is heavy, but your attention span is measured in seconds? They called him mad. But madness has many masks, and Christian's version, twitchy, raw, compulsive, was just the visible edge of a much larger chasm. Because if kings like Christian embodied the body in revolt, then others, like Philip V of Spain, carried that revolt into their souls, and they demanded music every single night. Philip V and the voice that saved his sanity. Spain has known its share of Baroque spectacle, crimson drapes, gilded altars, incense and empire, but few scenes are stranger than a depressed king being sung to sleep nightly by a castrato with the voice of an angel. Philip V, grandson of Louis XIV and the first Bourbon to rule Spain, was a man constantly teetering on the edge of mental collapse. So they brought him Farinelli. Farinelli was no ordinary singer. He was a superstar of his time, a castrato whose surgically preserved vocal range turned concert halls into cathedrals. But his greatest performance didn't take place in theatres. It happened in Philip's bedroom, every night, for 10 years. Same songs, same voice, same ritual. Philip would lie there paralyzed by melancholy, tormented by paranoia, while Farinelli sang the same arias over and over like musical medicine. And it worked, sort of. The king grew calmer, more compliant, less prone to sulking in bed for weeks at a time or talking to ghosts. Farinelli, in turn, became more than an entertainer. He became royal emotional infrastructure. What was this relationship? Historians differ. Was it paternal, fraternal, therapeutic? Or was it something stranger, a monarch entranced not by power, but by surrender to something more graceful than himself? Farinelli became a permanent figure in the court, a singer enshrined like a holy relic, and Spain, briefly, got its king back. But not forever. Philip's mental illness didn't vanish. The aria was a balm, not a cure. As years dragged on, the singing dulled into repetition. The same notes, over and over, like a lullaby against oblivion. Eventually, Philip fell fully into the void, retreating into shadowed rooms and obsessive fears. Even kings need comfort. Even kings long for lullabies. But what happens when comfort becomes addiction and the kingdom survives on a single voice that dares not falter? It's a question Farinelli probably asked himself more than once as he sang the same songs into a room that barely breathed. Still, Philip's story was one of soothing. The next king we meet found his obsession not in song, but in spectacle. Because if you think lullabies are strange therapy, wait until you meet a Prussian monarch who treated tall men like Poke Monday, Frederick William I and the Giants of Potsdam. Most kings collect art. Frederick William I of Prussia collected height, specifically abnormally tall men, whom he gathered like trophies for his personal regiment of giants. They weren't just soldiers, they were his obsession. An army of enormous humans meticulously curated from across Europe to serve in a surreal display of martial absurdity. Known as the Potsdam Giants, this regiment wasn't built for battlefield prowess. Frederick didn't send them into war. He just liked looking at them, parading them, marching them in unison like oversized dolls in polished boots. Some stood over 7 feet tall, each hand-picked or purchased, sometimes even kidnapped, from villages and towns far beyond Prussia's borders. There were rumors of pregnant women fed lavish diets in hopes of birthing tall sons that could one day be conscripted into the royal freak show. Frederick paid handsomely for his acquisitions, bribes, land grants, titles. In one famous instance, he tried to trade giant soldiers with other European rulers like chess pieces. He kept their portraits and measured their growth like a gardener tracking prized stalks of corn. He even bred them. Yes, he attempted eugenic pairings of tall men and tall women to engineer a new crop of vertically gifted subjects. Somewhere between medieval monarch and deranged basketball scout, Frederick fused military aesthetics with personal obsession until they were indistinguishable. This wasn't just spectacle. It was emotional medicine. The austere and volatile king suffered from severe depressive episodes, and watching his regiment perfectly dressed, impossibly tall march before him, soothed something inside his otherwise explosive psyche. While he screamed and beat his son, future philosopher King Frederick the Great, for reading poetry, he would sit quietly entranced by a line of human skyscrapers goose-stepping in parade. Visitors were bewildered. Dignitaries from foreign courts didn't know whether to applaud or laugh. One Austrian envoy remarked that Frederick cared more for one giant than for 10 regular soldiers. He wasn't wrong. The irony? Frederick William I, the soldier king, hated war. He built one of Europe's most efficient military machines but preferred not to use it. His real warfare was psychological, against disorder, against sloth, against anything short of absolute control. And into this framework the giants fit perfectly. Towering discipline, order incarnate. But height, as it turns out, doesn't equal stability, nor does control equal sanity. Frederick's giants outlived his reign, eventually folded into real military service by his more pragmatic son. Their myth faded, but their image remains a literal monument to the grotesque intersection of monarchy, obsession, and body politics. And if Prussia's king found comfort in unnatural tallness, Russia's empress found something colder, much colder. Her idea of royal punishment? An ice palace, and a wedding inside it. Empress Anna's Ice Palace Wedding. If revenge is best served cold, Empress Anna of Russia believed it should also be served frozen, ceremonial, and humiliatingly elaborate. In one of the most bizarre, glacial acts of imperial pettiness, Anna, niece of Peter the Great, constructed a palace made entirely of ice and forced a disgraced nobleman to marry inside it. Why? Because she could. In 1740, after a string of court scandals and betrayals, Empress Anna seized upon an opportunity to settle scores with style. She chose Prince Mikhail Golitsyn as her victim, a once prominent noble who had the audacity to marry an Italian Catholic dancer. Anna, ever the absolutist, annulled the marriage, exiled the bride, and then ordered Golitsyn to marry again, this time to a jester, in a wedding entirely orchestrated for her amusement. In February, in St. Petersburg, in an actual palace of ice. The ice house, as it was dubbed, was not some crude igloo. It was a full-scale, habitable structure built of solid ice blocks, carved with ornate decorations, ice furniture, and even a frozen bed. Cannons outside fired frozen cannonballs. Swans sculpted from snow perched in icy alcoves. Frozen food was laid on frozen dishes atop a frozen banquet table. The whole thing was designed to be beautiful and utterly unbearable. The couple dressed in mock regal attire was paraded through the city in a cage pulled by camels and bears, as the entire court laughed. Inside the ice palace, they were ordered to consummate the marriage, or at least pretend to, under threat of further disgrace. Guards stood watch to ensure compliance. This wasn't just sadism, it was theatre. Empress Anna ruled with the temperament of an executioner artist. Her court was full of grotesque masquerades, dwarfs dressed as nobles, nobles dressed as animals, pageants where humiliation became spectacle. Russia, under Anna, was a cold stage where power meant bending reality into farce. And yet, in her own way, Anna was an accidental poet. The ice palace became a metaphor for her reign, dazzling, rigid, beautiful in form, unlivable in practice. A reign where people froze sometimes metaphorically, sometimes literally under her ironic smile. Few remembered the bride or the groom, but the image of two people forced to smile through frost-bitten jaws in a palace sculpted from revenge remains. A royal punishment built to melt. Which it did. Spring came. The ice palace dripped into the Neva River. Like so many empires, it ended in puddles. But not before the next royal decided to practice a little DIY on teeth. Peter the Great and his tooth cabinet. Some kings build cities, some carve policies. Peter the Great of Russia carved teeth, preferably straight from the mouths of terrified courtiers. Dentistry, for him, was not a metaphor. It was a hobby. A deeply unsettling blood and pliers sort of hobby. Peter, who dragged Russia kicking and screaming into modernity, had a peculiar idea of how monarchs should pass the time. When he wasn't reforming the military, creating a navy, or waging war with Sweden, he liked to perform minor surgeries on unwilling volunteers. Dentistry was his favourite, and not the gentle, gloved kind. No anesthetics, no training, just imperial curiosity and some very unlucky smiles. He kept the teeth he extracted in a special box, like grim trophies. Visitors to his cabinet of curiosities could find them nestled among preserved body parts, stuffed animals, odd contraptions, and bones. The box of teeth stood out not just for what it contained, but for what it represented. Power, unchecked. A czar who could extract policy with the same hand that extracted molars. It wasn't all horror. Peter's fascination with science and medicine was genuine, if untrained. He built hospitals, studied shipbuilding abroad, and admired Western knowledge. But he filtered it all through a deeply personal lens, turning medical instruments into toys and bodies into laboratories. His idea of hands-on governance was disturbingly literal. His court learned to smile carefully. No one wanted to become Peter's next dental experiment. His servants and nobles knew the routine. Praise his reforms, endure his mood swings, and clench your jaw if he reached for his pliers. And yet, for all his madness, Peter wasn't dismissed as insane. He was hailed as a modernizer, a giant among rulers, literally and politically. Russia changed under his rule. It gained cities, ports, and policies, but it also gained a ruler who saw the human body not as sacred, but as editable, bendable, fixable, examinable. Which raises a dark question. What's more terrifying, a madman who believes he's glass, or a visionary who sees your teeth as fair game? But perhaps there's something even more strange. What happens when a queen says no to it all? To the throne, to tradition, to gender norms, and does it in a cloak, with a pistol, in Rome. Queen Christina of Sweden and the operatic exit. If most queens rule with fanfare and flourish, Christina of Sweden preferred a dramatic exit. Not a metaphorical one, a literal, cloak-sweeping, horse-riding, gender-bending, religion-swapping abdication that made her one of the most operatically strange figures in royal history. She was born in 1626, raised like a prince, and educated as if she'd rule an empire of philosophers. She did not disappoint reading Descartes, quoting Cicero, and insulting suitors with razor-sharp wit. But somewhere between intellectual debates and the weight of the crown, Christina grew restless. Court life bored her. Expectations suffocated. The rigid Lutheranism of Sweden felt like a frost she couldn't thaw. So, in 1654, she quit. Not gently, not quietly. She literally stood up, removed her crown, and walked away. She cut her hair, dressed as a man, and rode south, disguised, across Europe. Her destination? Rome. Her goal? Reinvention. Christina's conversion to Catholicism was scandalous enough. Sweden was staunchly Protestant, and her shift was seen as a betrayal. But the real drama was in the performance of it all. She entered Rome like a conquering emperor, not a fleeing monarch. Cardinals gasped. Nobles whispered. Popes strategized. And Christina reveled in it. She made waves at salons, dabbled in espionage, commissioned art, flirted with politics, and played both sides of every room. She preferred men's clothing, shunned marriage, and kept close companions whose roles remain blurred between history and speculation. She was rumoured to sleep with a dagger under her pillow, and once ordered a man executed in a French palace because she suspected he had betrayed her. Whether he had or not didn't seem to matter. The act was the point. Rome loved her, feared her, and never fully understood her. She was a royal without a kingdom, a woman outside gender, a Catholic convert who refused to behave. Her tomb lies in the Vatican, the only woman buried among popes. Even in death, she broke the rules. Christina remains a question mark wrapped in ermine, a monarch who became a myth in her own lifetime. A storm of contradictions, devout and blasphemous, feminine and masculine, brilliant and brutal. She ruled briefly, but disrupted permanently. And speaking of disruption, let's pivot from palace intrigue to a smoking gun, or 200 of them lit daily by a Balkan king who didn't just face an assassination attempt, he fired back. King Zog and the smoking gun. Some royals retreat behind glass, others duck behind bodyguards. But King Zog of Albania, he reached for his pistol and shot back. Born in 1895, ascending the throne in 1928, Zog was the kind of monarch you'd expect to find in a hard-boiled detective novel, chain-smoking through coups, scandals, and political backroom deals. But nothing says unorthodox king quite like a man who responded to an assassination attempt by pulling out his own gun in a tuxedo in the middle of a concert hall and returning fire. It was 1931, Vienna. Zog had just stepped out of an opera performance when gunmen opened fire. Most monarchs would have hit the floor. Zog? He turned, drew, and shot back. Accounts differ on how many shots were exchanged or how accurately, but the message was clear. This was not a man who played by royal etiquette. And that was just one night in a lifetime of wild ones. Zog's reign was a fever dream of Balkan politics. He was a king without a crown, he never wore one, and a sovereign who juggled alliances with Mussolini's Italy while trying to modernize a nation barely holding together. He ruled from a heavy Art Deco palace that looked more like a fortress than a seat of government, which makes sense. His enemies tried to kill him more than once. Some accounts claim there were over 50 assassination attempts during his reign. No wonder he kept his own pistol strapped to his waist like a Wild West sheriff. Then there were the cigarettes. Zog smoked up to 200 a day. That's not a typo. That's 10 packs. One every 7 minutes, assuming he didn't sleep, which, honestly, he might not have. His fingers were yellowed, his teeth stained, and his ashtrays never empty. The air around him must have been a permanent cloud of fog and anxiety. Even in exile after Italy invaded and Zog fled, he maintained the image, photographed in sharp suits, reclining with a cigarette, eyes smouldering. A fallen king who looked more like a noir anti-hero than a monarch in mourning. He died in Paris, his reign long gone, but his legend sealed. Zog didn't govern by tradition. He governed by willpower and firepower. He wasn't graceful or beloved, or even particularly effective, but he was unforgettable. A human contradiction wrapped in smoke and gunpowder. And if Zog turned bullets into legend, the next royal turned delusion into architectural fairy tales. Castles built not for battle, but for midnight dreams. King Ludwig II and his imaginary dinner parties. Every royal builds something. A navy, a palace, a legacy. Ludwig II of Bavaria built dreams soaring. Pastel-colored dreams that towered over mountains and logic alike. Castles too ornate for strategy, too expensive for reason, and too beautiful to exist outside imagination. Ludwig wasn't mad in the clinical sense, not at first. He was eccentric, reclusive, theatrical, obsessed with beauty and untouched landscapes. But as his reign wore on, his habits began to spiral from poetic to concerning. He stopped governing, delegated everything, retreated from Munich into the hills. There, alone or with hand-picked servants, Ludwig dined with imaginary guests. He had full table settings laid out for invisible companions. Meals were served in ornate dining halls where no other soul was present except perhaps Wagner's music, echoing from hidden orchestras he had built into the walls. Yes, Wagner. Ludwig idolized the composer. Their relationship was passionate, complicated, and possibly romantic, though most of it played out through letters. Ludwig gave him lavish gifts, funded his productions, and tried unsuccessfully to stage a private performance of an opera on a lake using swan-shaped boats and torchbearers. Bavaria's treasury wept. Then came the castles. Neuschwanstein, the most famous, looks like it belongs in a dream or a delusion. It was never finished, never intended for anyone but Ludwig himself. He slept during the day and toured its candlelit halls at night. Midnight sleigh rides became a ritual. Mirrors, murals, mosaic floors, he built a fantasy world with real stone and vanishing funds. His ministers panicked. The people whispered. The debts mounted. Eventually, the court declared him insane and removed him from power. Days later, Ludwig's body was found in Lake Starnberg, alongside the psychiatrist who'd signed his diagnosis. Official reports said drowning. Unofficial theories range from suicide to murder to conspiracy. No one really knows. What's undeniable is the lingering image, a lonely king in a moonlit castle, whispering to ghosts, listening to music no one else could hear. A man who turned Bavaria into a stage set and vanished in the final act. But Ludwig wasn't the first royal to court the surreal. The next one, part scholar, part demon hunter, carried his kingdom's fears in his pockets. He wasn't building castles, he was battling witches. James VI and I, and the demon-fearing king. If paranoia is power in disguise, then James VI of Scotland, later James I of England, was an emperor of imagined horrors. He ruled over 2 kingdoms, united crowns, and standardized the Bible. But when he wasn't lecturing theologians or dodging assassination plots, he was waging a deeply personal war against witches. James didn't just fear the supernatural, he intellectualized it. In 1597, he published Demonology, a dense, methodical treatise that argued, quite seriously, that witches were real, active, and in urgent need of burning, not figuratively. Literally. His book wasn't just a curiosity, it was policy. Under his reign, Scotland experienced a surge of witch trials, confessions extracted under torture, and a renewed sense of moral panic draped in theological robes. It wasn't merely theoretical fear. James claimed personal experience. On his voyage back from Denmark with his new bride, a violent storm struck the ship. Rather than chalk it up to nautical bad luck, James blamed witches, Danish witches. He launched an investigation because apparently, maritime weather could be treason. The resulting North Berwick witch trials were brutal. Accusations spread like fire. People were tortured into naming others, and James himself attended the interrogations. He questioned prisoners, studied the confessions, applauded the executions. For a man raised to believe in the divine right of kings, it was only logical that any threat to him must be a cosmic conspiracy. He travelled with charms. He surrounded himself with advisors who took demonology seriously. Even when he ascended to the English throne and found himself navigating the more skeptical court of Elizabeth's legacy, he didn't let go of his belief in the dark arts. He believed witches could steal male virility, cause disease, and predict the deaths of royals. Every superstition was a potential state matter. And yet, here's the twist. James was also incredibly learned. He debated theology with scholars, wrote poetry, and commissioned the King James Bible. He was rational until demons got involved. It's as though 2 minds lived in one king, the enlightened ruler and the fearful mystic, coexisting in a strange and uneasy truce. His court was a theatre of contradictions, rational policy paired with burning stakes. A library filled with Bibles and demon-hunting manuals, and a king who, in his heart, believed the devil had a personal vendetta against him. But where James saw threat in the invisible, the next monarch took a more physical approach. Disease, in his case, could be cured with a touch, and he was more than happy to perform the miracle himself, Charles II and the royal touch. You'd think a king with a reputation for womanizing, partying, and dodging puritanical assassins might avoid direct contact with diseased subjects. But Charles II of England was, among his many hobbies, an enthusiastic practitioner of the royal touch. The disease in question was scrofula, a grotesque swelling of the lymph nodes, disfiguring and misunderstood. For centuries, it was called the King's Evil, and the cure, allegedly, was the monarch's hand, not metaphorically, literally. The idea was that a divinely appointed king could lay hands upon the afflicted and heal them, and Charles, ever the showman, didn't just allow it, he leaned in. He conducted mass ceremonies, often healing dozens, sometimes hundreds in a single sitting. These were not quiet affairs. They were choreographed spectacles. The diseased lined up like penitents, hoping for salvation. Priests read prayers. Charles touched each one, handed them a coin called an angel, and moved on. There were records, tokens, testimonials. It was public theatre, political messaging, and spiritual drama all rolled into one. The irony? Charles wasn't exactly devout. He converted to Catholicism on his deathbed and spent much of his reign navigating the slippery politics of Protestant England. But he knew the value of ritual, of spectacle, of the old myths that clung to monarchy like perfume to velvet. If touching scrofulous necks bought him legitimacy, he would touch every neck in London. His contemporaries noticed. Samuel Johnson's own mother brought him to be touched as a child. The philosopher John Locke observed the ceremonies with clinical curiosity. And all across England, the legend of the king who could heal with a touch persisted, even as science crept into the cracks of medieval superstition. Charles ruled with a kind of chaotic charm. He laughed, drank, played with his dogs, and outran the consequences of war and fire. But in this one ritual, he stepped into the robes of something older, something stranger. He became a symbol, a talisman, a divine conduit. It didn't last. Enlightenment would soon strip away the sacred illusions of monarchy. But for a time, Charles II played the healer. And in doing so, he blurred the line between man and myth, flesh and faith. The next queen wouldn't have needed that kind of magic. She had something even more powerful hidden in her skirts, a loyal heart on 4 legs, and a tragic curtain call. Mary, Queen of Scots, and the dog in the scaffold. Some monarchs die on battlefields, others in bed. Mary, Queen of Scots, died on a stage with a tiny, trembling dog hidden in the folds of her gown. Her life had been a tapestry of betrayals, marriages, religious wars, and political miscalculations. Born into privilege, raised in France, and returned to a Scotland boiling with Protestant revolt, Mary's reign was less a rule and more a survival act. But it was her cousin, Elizabeth I, who ultimately signed her death warrant after years of imprisonment, suspicion, and conspiracies that may or may not have involved coded letters and plans to murder the English Queen. But it's the execution that remains lodged in history's throat. On the 8th of February 1587, Mary mounted the scaffold at Fotheringhay Castle in a dress of deep crimson, the colour of Catholic martyrdom. She smiled, she forgave, she knelt, and then, just before the axe fell, something unexpected happened. A small dog emerged from under her skirts, whimpering. It had been hidden there the entire time. A spaniel, most likely, nestled against her body, silent through the prayers and processions. When the executioner raised the axe, the dog refused to move. After Mary was beheaded, it clung to her body, laying its face in the blood pooled beneath her. Witnesses described it as howling, refusing food, having to be forcibly removed. No one knows exactly why Mary brought the dog. Was it comfort? Was it defiance? Was it an accident? But the image is unforgettable. A queen condemned and a dog that would not leave her side. Loyalty in fur, mourning without words. Mary's life had been tragic, and theatrical dazzling marriages, false allies, prison gowns stitched with meaning. But in the end, it was her silence that screamed, and her dog that remained. The moment shattered something in her enemies. Even hardened courtiers were shaken. Some wept, others left in silence. And long after, her legend grew not just as a fallen monarch, but as a symbol of grace, injustice, and that most dangerous of royal qualities, humanity. But sometimes, legends aren't born in death, they're rediscovered. Centuries later, underneath a parking lot, with bones twisted by rumour and history alike, Richard III, under the parking lot. If historical memory is a cathedral, then Richard III was buried in the janitor's closet. For centuries, his name was synonymous with villainy thanks to Shakespeare, who rendered him a hunchbacked, cackling usurper with a dagger for a heart. And yet, for all his cultural infamy, Richard vanished from the earth in the most mundane, humiliating way possible, dumped in a grave, forgotten, and paved over by a municipal parking lot. For over 500 years, no one knew exactly where his body lay. After his death at the Battle of Bosworth Field, in 1485, killed while shouting, "A horse! A horse! My kingdom for a horse!" Or something equally Shakespearean, his corpse was carted off, displayed like a trophy, then quietly buried by monks in the Greyfriars Friary in Leicester. The friary, in time, disappeared. The city expanded, pavement rolled in, yellow lines were painted, compact cars parked, and Richard stayed there. Until 2012. A group of dedicated historians and amateur sleuths, driven more by obsession than funding, finally zeroed in on the unlikeliest of sights, a parking lot behind a council building. It was pure English banality, grey tarmac, faded signage, some overgrown weeds, but beneath it, royal bones. The excavation was tentative, cautious, almost embarrassed by its own optimism, and then a skeleton. Twisted, spine curved into a deep scoliosis. Battle wounds. And crucially, DNA that matched known descendants. It was him, the villain of stage and history, Richard III. The irony was inescapable. A man accused of burying nephews in secret was himself buried in obscurity. A king portrayed as a monster had, in fact, been unceremoniously dumped and paved over by centuries of forgetfulness. And then, in a final act of posthumous theatricality, England gave him a second funeral. Full honours, procession, ceremonial reburial in Leicester Cathedral. It was like history clearing its throat and muttering, "Sorry about that." But the mystery of Richard isn't just about where he was buried, it's about who he was. Was he truly the child-murdering villain Shakespeare made him? Or a man slandered by victorious Tudors rewriting the narrative? The bones tell part of the story, battle scars, spinal deformity, but the rest remains elusive. Richard's rediscovery wasn't just archaeological, it was metaphysical. A reminder that no matter how deep we bury the past under layers of myth, under asphalt, under Shakespeare, it finds a way back. And it demands a second look. Which brings us, naturally, to a king who didn't need myth to be theatrical. He was the theatre, and he turned every mundane detail of daily life, like brushing his teeth, into a Baroque ritual. Louis XIV and the Theatre of Versailles. Louis XIV didn't rule France. He performed it. Every moment of his life was a scene in an unending royal opera, and Versailles was his stage. The Sun King didn't merely awaken each morning he was revealed, like a celestial body emerging from the clouds, surrounded by attendants choreographed with clockwork precision. There was the lever, his morning waking ritual. The king would be gently roused while courtiers, nobles, and chosen favourites stood in rank to witness the miracle of royal eyelids opening. They watched him wash, watched him pray, watched him put on his shirt one layer at a time, each garment handed over by a noble of appropriate status. Higher rank? You got to hand him his breeches. Lower rank? Maybe the sleeve. It was absurd. It was brilliant. Every act of Louis's daily life, eating, bathing, dressing, became a political ballet. Nobles jockeyed not for policy, but for proximity. The true throne was the space next to his breakfast table. Want influence? Earn the right to hold the royal napkin. Even bodily functions weren't immune. The king had a privy chair, yes, a toilet, where he'd receive ministers while relieving himself. Etiquette dictated how far one could stand, how to bow, and when to speak. Power was in the optics, and Louis understood that better than anyone. Versailles itself was the architectural embodiment of this mindset. Mirrors, fountains, endless corridors. It was not just a palace, it was propaganda rendered in gold leaf. It whispered to every visitor, "You are here to orbit the Sunday." But here's the genius. Louis knew it was all theatre. He orchestrated it not out of vanity, well, not just vanity, but control. Keep the nobles busy with court rituals, and they won't scheme in the provinces. Make flattery a full-time job, and rebellion becomes impossible. He drained their ambition into pageantry. And they loved it. Nobles ruined themselves trying to keep up. They spent fortunes on wigs, perfumes, etiquette tutors. They turned into extras in the king's grand play. Louis, for all his excess, ruled longer than any monarch in European history. And while wars burned and taxes bled the peasantry, he stood untouched, immaculate, powdered, divine. A man who turned himself into a myth while still alive. But beneath the powdered wigs and chamber orchestras, there were cracks, whispered prayers, dimmed lights, and a queen in Portugal who couldn't silence the voices in her head, Queen Maria, eye in the whispering shadows. If Louis XIV ruled in gold, Queen Maria I of Portugal ruled in shadow. By the end of her reign, her court tiptoed through darkened halls, lamps dimmed, voices hushed, not out of respect, out of fear for her sanity and their own. Maria began her rule in 1777 with intellect, devotion, and dignity. She was the first undisputed queen regnant of Portugal, deeply religious and unusually educated for her time. But over the decades, her mind began to unravel slowly at first, then all at once. It started with scruples, excessive religious guilt. She obsessed over sin, confession, divine judgment. Priests became therapists, masses turned into rituals of atonement. Then came the voices, unseen presences, whispering of doom. Her sleep fractured, her logic failed. The deaths of her husband, confessor, and eldest son within a short span cracked what little stability she had left. She wailed through the night, screamed through the corridors. She believed she was damned, literally. That hell awaited. That devils hovered just outside her window. Ministers began running the country in her name, while she wandered her palace like a penitent ghost in a gilded cage. Doctors tried the usual horrors: bleeding, blistering, confinement. They declared her mad, which, by the standards of the time, meant deeply inconvenient. But madness in a monarch wasn't just a personal tragedy, it was political rot. Portugal's image suffered. When the Napoleonic Wars reached Iberia, the royal family fled to Brazil. Maria came too, wrapped in silence, carried like a relic. She never returned. There, in Rio, the court tried to maintain dignity, but Maria's condition worsened. Rooms were padded, servants trained to soothe, and yet the queen screamed, night after night. The darkness inside her never abated. They called her Maria the Mad. But madness is a frame, and frames serve painters more than subjects. Perhaps she was sick. Perhaps she was overwhelmed by a world that offered women no room for grief except madness. Perhaps the weight of divine monarchy was simply too much for any one person to bear. History tends to flatten these women, rendering them curiosities, footnotes, derangements. But Maria ruled. She wept. She cracked. She endured. And in her dim, candle-lit court, she reminded the world that royalty, for all its grandeur, is still human, still fragile. Of course, some kings go out not in screams, but in sugar and milk, and maybe just too many semla buns. Adolf Frederick and the sweetest death in history. Some kings die in battle, some die in bed. Adolf Fredrik of Sweden allegedly died stuffed with dessert. Not metaphorically, not diplomatically, literally, drowned in indulgence after a final, fatal feast of cream, buns, and hot milk, a royal death by Semla. It was Shrove Tuesday, 1771, the day before Lent, a day of feasting, celebration, a last hurrah before the fasting season began. Adolf Fredrik, who had always preferred dining to ruling, took the occasion seriously. On his table, lobster, caviar, sauerkraut, kippers, champagne. And then came dessert. Semla, an innocent-looking pastry, a soft cardamom bun, filled with almond paste and topped with whipped cream, served floating in warm milk. A Swedish staple, a seasonal indulgence, the kind of thing you eat once a year, maybe 2 or 3. Adolf Fredrik had 14. Yes, 14 Semla buns, washed down with hot milk, on top of a multi-course royal banquet. It was not, to put it mildly, a light meal. Shortly afterward, the king complained of indigestion, cramping, breathing trouble. And then, silence. The man who had sat upon the Swedish throne for 2 decades, mostly as a figurehead, mostly without incident, died not from war or intrigue, but from dessert. Official records attributed his death to digestive problems. Historians have speculated on the details: heart failure, stroke, food poisoning. But the legend refuses to die. That Adolf Fredrik met his end with cream on his lips and sugar in his veins. It's tempting to laugh. Swedish school children still do. He's remembered not for policy, but for pastries. The king who ate himself to death. But there's something deeply symbolic here. A monarch with no real power, puffed up with ceremonial fluff, dying not from political tension but physical excess. The kind of death you wouldn't dare write into fiction because no one would believe you. Adolf Fredrik passed into history with more irony than impact. He left the crown to his son, Gustav III, who had ideas of his own. But the Semla remained, immortalized in story and satire. Every Shrove Tuesday, Swedes remember and eat. But some royal deaths don't end with sugar. They end with synchronicity, fate, a mirror in time. Like the story of Umberto I and the man who was, in every way, his double. Umberto I and the man who was also Umberto. In the long, crowded corridors of royal weirdness, some stories feel like fiction slipped past the guards of reality. The tale of King Umberto I of Italy and the man who shared his name, face, and fate is one of them. It began in Monza, 1900. The king was dining at a restaurant, as kings do, when he met the owner, a man named Umberto. Not strange, you say. But then came the avalanche of coincidence. The restaurateur and the king were born on the same day, in the same town. Both were named Umberto. Both had married women named Margarita. And both had opened, respectively, inherited or founded their public careers on the exact same date, a mirror image down to the bone. The 2 Umbertos were fascinated. They chatted like long-lost twins across class lines, spooked but intrigued. The king promised to return. He never got the chance. The next day, the restaurant owner was shot and killed. Mere hours later, King Umberto was assassinated in a public square by an anarchist. 2 lives, one royal, one ordinary, snuffed out in uncanny succession. Coincidence? Statistical inevitability? Fate getting cheeky? Historians have tried to explain it away. The records are sparse. Some doubt the story's veracity, arguing that it smells of myth. But the myth persists. It clings to the legacy of Umberto I like perfume to a corpse. And perhaps it should. Monarchies are about symbolic resonance, patterns, names, repetition. What could be more unsettling than a king meeting his literal double and both of them dying the next day? The tale reads like an omen, a warning, a glitch in the matrix of monarchy, as if reality itself momentarily looked the wrong way and accidentally pressed copy-paste. But if King Umberto's legend lives in eerie reflections, the next monarch's legacy lives in rumour. Specifically, one rumour. Scandalous, graphic, and completely false, but somehow eternally sticky. Catherine the Great and the scandal that wouldn't die. Let's just get it out of the way. Catherine the Great did not die attempting to have sex with a horse. There, it's said, clearly, definitively. And yet, you've heard the story. Everyone has. It's whispered like a dirty secret in the margins of textbooks, repeated with the smug certainty of playground gossip. A queen, a contraption, a stallion, a collapsed ceiling. It's all nonsense, but it won't go away. Why? Because Catherine was powerful, a woman, sexual, intelligent, and that combination has always made people nervous. In reality, Catherine the Great was one of the most formidable monarchs in European history. She expanded Russian territory, reformed legal systems, corresponded with Enlightenment thinkers, and ruled for 34 years with strategic brilliance. But what sticks in public imagination? Not her policies. Her libido. She had lovers. Dozens, maybe more. Some were political allies. Others were young men plucked from obscurity and polished into consorts. She didn't hide it, didn't apologize. That, perhaps, was the real scandal. The horse story didn't surface until after her death, crafted by enemies and misogynists who couldn't fathom a woman wielding power without moral punishment. It was character assassination through bestial metaphor. A woman who ruled like a man must, they reasoned, have desired like a beast. But the real story is stranger and sadder. Catherine died from a stroke, in bed, after decades of fighting wars and writing manifestos. Her enemies couldn't unseat her in life, so they tried to desecrate her memory in death. And yet, even the myth speaks volumes. About how we process female power, about how easily truth gets drowned in innuendo, about how monarchy, for all its grandeur, is always just a few steps away from farce. Catherine's real legacy is carved into maps and legal codes, but her mythical legacy? It's a grotesque fairy tale told by people who lost, and lost hard. Still, Russia would soon serve up another tale, one soaked in poison, bullets, mysticism, and ice water. Because if Catherine's story ended in lies, Rasputin's ends in death, several times over. Rasputin's death. A murder that refused to happen. Most people die once. Rasputin, it's said, needed at least 4 attempts, and even then, he didn't go quietly. His death has become legend, wrapped in myth, dipped in poison, and drowned in an icy river. It is possibly the most infamous murder story in royal history. And like most infamous things, no one can quite agree on what really happened. Grigory Rasputin was not a royal, but he moved through Russia's royal court like a parasite with a prayer book. He was a mystic, a peasant, a self-declared holy man with haunted eyes and filthy robes. And yet, he became one of the most powerful voices in the court of Tsar Nicholas II. The Empress, Alexandra, believed he could heal her son, the hemophiliac heir. His influence grew like mold in a gilded room, unseen, spreading, impossible to clean. To the nobles, Rasputin was poison, so they plotted his death with a flair for the dramatic that borders on fan fiction. The story goes like this. They invited him to a palace under the pretense of a midnight gathering. There, he was served cakes and wine laced with cyanide. He ate, he drank, he smiled, nothing happened, so they shot him in the chest. He collapsed. They celebrated. Then Rasputin stood up. They shot him again, still alive. He tried to escape. They beat him, shot him again, still twitching. Finally, they tied him up and dumped him into the Neva River, where he supposedly thrashed under the ice, clawing at the surface as the cold finally succeeded where bullets and poison had failed. Was any of this true? Possibly not. The autopsy results were inconclusive. Eyewitness accounts contradict each other. It's likely the story was embellished by those involved to make their deed seem more epic, more justified. But it doesn't matter, because Rasputin's murder became a symbol, not of his death but of Russia's. Within a year the Romanovs would be gone, gunned down in a basement. The monarchy he had haunted would fall, and the world would remember the mad monk who refused to die. Which brings us, unnervingly, to another king convinced he was dying every day, cursed from birth and surrounded by exorcists. Charles II of Spain and the curse of the Habsburgs. Charles II of Spain was born into power and misfortune. A Habsburg from head to toe, and unfortunately from jaw to jaw. His inbred lineage twisted his body and mind into a strange, tragic parody of kingship. He could barely speak, barely chew, and was believed by his own court to be literally cursed. His life was one long act of physical decline. His lower jaw jutted so far forward he couldn't close his mouth. He didn't walk until age 4. He didn't speak until 8. Some said he was impotent. Others said he was possessed. Few said he was fit to rule, and yet he did. Sort of. Charles reigned for 35 years, from the Spanish throne's most decayed perch. He was surrounded by priests and sorcerers. He attended exorcisms. He underwent them. He believed witches were attacking his body, his soul, his crown. Not politically, literally. His court, starved of direction and plagued by paranoia, indulged these beliefs. They brought in relics, holy water, saints' bones, every spiritual band-aid available. The palace became a shrine to superstition. Meanwhile, Spain collapsed economically, politically, spiritually. They called him El Hechizado, the Bewitched. Foreign ambassadors wrote of his inability to grasp basic diplomacy. His ministers operated like necromancers with budgets, and his entire rule felt like the slow-motion death of a once mighty empire, fading into shadows with a groan and a muttered prayer. And still he ruled. Or rather, he decayed in public. He was pitied, feared, used as a political pawn. By the time he died childless, the War of the Spanish Succession loomed like a vulture. His body was reportedly so diseased and malformed at death that even his embalming failed. The autopsy described a shriveled heart, a single testicle, and a head full of water. Myth? Probably. But it fits. Charles II is the grotesque conclusion of Habsburg excess, a man bred for purity, born broken. A king whose body symbolized a dynasty collapsing under the weight of its own unnatural continuity. But if Charles saw demons in every corner, the next emperor simply married one at least, according to the ancient gossips of Rome. Emperor Nero and the boy empress. Roman emperors weren't known for restraint, but Nero made even Caligula look like a school prefect. Petulant, theatrical, and convinced of his own poetic genius, Nero torched the line between ruler and lunatic. And then, because reality bored him, he blurred it even further by marrying a young boy and declaring him his empress. The boy was named Sporus. He bore a resemblance, it was said, to Nero's dead wife, Poppaea, whom Nero had kicked to death while she was pregnant. Details vary. But what happened next is one of the most bizarre royal reinventions in history. Nero had Sporus castrated, dressed him in silks and jewels, called him Poppaea, treated him as a spouse in official court ceremonies. They travelled together, appeared together, dined in public, Nero playing the doting husband, Sporus the silent queen. It wasn't satire, it wasn't drag, it was power performing grief, perversion, and imperial delusion in equal measure. To Nero, Sporus was a replacement. To Rome, he was a symbol, a walking, silent reminder that the emperor had stopped pretending. Nero no longer ruled. He curated reality. The Roman elite looked on in horror. Senators muttered. Poets dared not speak. And yet, none could stop him. Not until it was too late. Eventually, Nero's empire turned against him. As rebels closed in, he fled and committed suicide. His last words reportedly being, "What an artist dies in me." A fitting end to a man who saw himself as a god, a poet, and a tragic hero, all while Rome burned. Sporus survived him at least for a while, passed around by the next generation of emperors, a political pet, an imperial souvenir of madness. And if Nero married his ghost wife, the next emperor married his horse. Or so the story goes. Caligula and the sacred horse. Some emperors inspire loyalty, others inspire terror. Caligula inspired confusion. He reigned over Rome like a toddler, with a flamethrower, impulsive, theatrical, and surrounded by the terrified applause of people too scared to blink. But, among his many surreal obsessions, one stands tall. Nays, and reportedly had better accommodations than most senators. His horse, Incitatus. To be fair, Caligula never officially made the horse a consul. That little nugget of history likely comes from satirical exaggeration. But the fact that people believed he might have is more damning than the truth. What is clear is that Caligula adored Incitatus like a nervous god adores a sacred totem. He gave the horse a marble stall, an ivory manger, a collar of precious stones, and guards to ensure silence while it slept. That's not a pet, that's a holy relic on 4 legs. He invited Incitatus to banquets. He fed it golden oats and wine. He built it a palace, yes, a literal house with furniture so that the horse could properly entertain guests. The senators, meanwhile, shuffled through blood-stained halls, fearful of offending either the emperor or his equine confidant. Political satire had become royal policy. So why the obsession? Caligula wasn't just mad, he was strategic in his madness. By elevating a horse to the level of consul, or at least threatening to, he insulted the Senate in the most theatrical way possible. He wasn't just saying, "I don't need you." He was saying, "This animal is more dignified, more obedient, and frankly, less of a disappointment." The horse was not just a joke, it was a living, snorting mirror held up to Roman authority. Of course, Caligula's reign didn't end well. He was assassinated at the age of 28, stabbed to death by his own guards. Incitatus, presumably, trotted off into obscurity. But the image lingers. Rome, the mighty republic turned empire, reduced to a circus where the most stable political figure might have been a horse. The kind of joke history tells when it runs out of patience. And while Caligula weaponized absurdity, the next emperor simply drowned in it, serving pearls for dinner and staging banquets that made the gods blush. Elagabalus, and the banquets of excess. If Nero was the opening act and Caligula the intermission, then Elagabalus was the full-blown fever dream of Roman decadence. He wasn't just strange, he was operatically, unapologetically surreal. Crowned emperor at 14, murdered before 19, Elagabalus managed in those short years to alienate the army, offend the aristocracy, and turn the imperial palace into an unfiltered cabaret of excess. Let's begin with the food. His banquets were infamous tales passed down like drunken hallucinations, whispered by ancient historians with quills dipped in disbelief. Guests would arrive to find the dining room filled with petals so many flowers that people reportedly suffocated beneath them. Meals were served with dishes of such fantastical origin that no one could tell whether they were being honored or mocked. He served pearls dissolved in vinegar, flamingo tongues, nightingale brains, entire dinners sculpted into erotic shapes for maximum theatrical discomfort. And that was just the dinner service. Elagabalus was also a high priest of the sun god Elagabal, whose cult he imported from Syria. He replaced Jupiter with his own god, paraded sacred meteorites through the streets, and tried to unify Rome's pantheon under a banner of Eastern mysticism with himself at the center, naturally. The Roman elite, grounded in tradition and weary of anything too foreign or too flamboyant, were not amused. Nor were they thrilled by his wardrobe choices. Elagabalus wore silk gowns, makeup, and jewelry. He referred to himself in feminine terms and was said to have asked physicians for gender-affirming surgeries millennia before that was a known concept. Whether these stories are accurate or exaggerated by later moralistic historians is debatable. What's not debatable is the reaction. Shock, horror, whispers of divine wrath. The emperor blurred lines between God and man, male and female, ruler and spectacle, and Rome, already unstable, cracked. His death came quietly compared to his life. The Praetorian Guard, tired of the chaos, killed him and his mother, dumped their bodies in the Tiber, and erased his name from monuments. Damnatio memoriae, damnation of memory. A state-sponsored deletion. But you can't erase Elagabalus. His story clings like glitter, gaudy, defiant, impossible to scrub off, a ghost in silks, mocking empire from the margins. And if Elagabalus sought transformation through gods and banquet menus, the next king took a more methodical approach. He swallowed his fears, literally. Mithridates VI and the poison plan. Mithridates the Sixth of Pontus didn't trust anyone, which is fair. Most people who want you dead tend to lie about it first. But unlike other kings who hired food tasters or simply lived in fear, Mithridates chose a more hands-on solution. He made himself poison-proof. This was not symbolic. This was pharmacological paranoia taken to Olympian levels. From his teenage years, Mithridates ingested small doses of various toxins, belladonna, arsenic, hemlock, so that over time, his body would develop immunity. He wasn't experimenting, he was rehearsing for assassination. The process became known as Mithridatism, the original DIY anti-poisoning regimen. He studied venoms like a sommelier samples wine. He conducted human trials on prisoners. He kept detailed notes. This wasn't a superstition. It was proto-science soaked in royal anxiety. And he had good reason to be anxious. His own mother may have tried to poison him. His siblings were rivals. Rome wanted him gone. And unlike most kings who feared betrayal in private, Mithridates built a fortress of immunity out of public spectacle. His enemies couldn't kill him the normal way. That made them nervous. He ruled for decades, constantly at war with Rome, playing politics with venom and steel. He was seen as a barbarian in the West, but to his own people, he was a warrior chemist king, fearsome, brilliant, invulnerable, or so it seemed. Because when his empire finally collapsed and he fled into exile, Mithridates attempted suicide. By poison, naturally. It didn't work. According to legend, the very immunity he had spent his life cultivating betrayed him. He couldn't die the way he'd planned. He had to order a soldier to finish the job with a sword. A king who had mastered toxins, undone by his own success, Mithridatism lives on, literally. His name became the term for self-immunization. His death became a metaphor for the cost of obsessive control. He tried to outwit death, and when it came, it laughed in his face. The next king wouldn't battle poison, he battled modesty. One padded codpiece at a time. Henry VIII and the codpiece as a statement. Power, when it's insecure, usually compensates. In Henry VIII's case, it compensated in velvet, padding, and an alarming fixation on the lower half of his anatomy. The codpiece, once a functional flap for modesty, became under Henry a royal proclamation, one that said, "I am here, I am virile, and yes, I will divorce you if you don't bear me a son." Let's rewind. Codpieces originated as mere necessities. Men wore hose, tight-fitting trousers that, unfortunately, left very little to the imagination and practically nothing to cover what needed covering. So, the codpiece was born as a modesty patch. But Henry VIII was not a man given to modesty. As he ballooned in size, so did his codpieces. He had them stuffed, shaped, ornamented. Some featured jewels, others were painted. It became more than a cover, it was a centerpiece, a statement, a weaponized pouch. Why? Henry's obsession with legacy, masculinity, and virility was no secret. His desperation for a male heir wasn't just political, it was personal. 6 wives, countless miscarriages, one surviving son, and a court full of whispering courtiers watching his waistline expand and his temper shorten. In this context, the codpiece was less clothing and more propaganda. It said what Henry needed everyone to believe. The king is potent. The king is powerful. The king still commands respect, even if he can't walk without help. The codpiece took on a life of its own, copied by nobles eager to flatter and parody their king in the same breath. Portraits of the time show rows of bloated groins lined up like a militarized fashion show. It was absurd. It was uncomfortable. It was dangerous to kneel near. But it was also sincere. The codpiece was Henry's last theatrical weapon after his body had begun to fail him, after his marriages had ended in scandal, execution, and disappointment. In a way, it was a wearable lie. And the court, like any good theatre audience, played along. It didn't stop with Henry. The codpiece hung around Europe for decades before finally retreating back into history, leaving behind a strange silhouette and a stranger legacy. But if Henry tried to cheat time with fashion, the next emperor tried to outrun death with something far more ambitious and far more toxic. Qin Shi Huang and the quest for immortality. Most rulers want to be remembered. Qin Shi Huang wanted never to die at all. As China's first emperor, he unified warring states, standardized scripts and currencies, and constructed vast infrastructure. But for all his achievements, his most desperate project was the one that failed most spectacularly: immortality. He sought it obsessively, commissioned alchemists, sent expeditions to mythical islands, drank concoctions, promised to grant eternal life. And, tragically, many of these elixirs were laced with mercury. The very thing he believed would save him was slowly killing him from the inside. His paranoia grew with age. He slept in different places every night. He banned talk of death. He ordered the deaths of those who mentioned mortality too openly. It wasn't just fear, it was defiance. He believed that his rule, like his empire, should be absolute and endless. This fear carved itself into the land. In Xi'an, beneath a burial mound the size of a mountain, Qin Shi Huang ordered the construction of a necropolis, a city of the dead, built to mirror his empire in exacting detail. At its heart was his tomb, still sealed, still unexplored, rumored to contain rivers of mercury flowing through miniature landscapes, poison as geography, immortality as a map. Guarding this tomb stood the terracotta army, thousands of clay soldiers, each unique, each facing east, an immortal army for an immortal emperor. But Qin Shi Huang never saw it completed. He died during a journey to the east, still seeking a potion that might preserve him. His body was transported back in secrecy. To mask the stench of decomposition, the funeral cart was filled with barrels of rotting fish. The emperor who wished to live forever was returned to his city in a caravan of decay. Ironically, his obsession with living forever guaranteed he would be remembered, just not the way he intended. His tomb remains unopened, sealed out of fear the mercury might still be lethal. He became eternal, not through magic, but through cautionary myth. The next emperor we meet took a very different route to immortality. He didn't build a tomb, he built a corpse parade with fish as his royal deodorant. The emperor who travelled home with fish. History rarely smells good, but the corpse of Qin Shi Huang brought a particular stench to the record. After his unexpected death on a journey far from the capital, his advisors panicked. They couldn't announce the emperor's death; it might provoke unrest, rebellion, even civil war, so they kept it a secret, and they kept the body. But corpses, famously, don't cooperate with secrecy. Qin Shi Huang's body began to rot. Summer heat, poor preservation, and hundreds of miles of rough travel turned the body into a slow-moving catastrophe. The solution? Pack the imperial carriage with barrels of salted fish. The logic was simple, if grotesque. If the people noticed a terrible smell, they'd assume it was the fish. So the procession rolled on, a royal caravan of rotting meat and festering royalty. His advisors even forged fake letters in the emperor's name, issuing commands to maintain the illusion that he was still alive. They whispered orders from a dead man, all while riding alongside his liquefying remains. It's the most literal example of ruling from beyond the grave. When they finally reached the capital, the truth came out. But the damage had been done. The lie had lived. The fish had done their duty, and the emperor's myth only deepened. There's something darkly poetic in it. A man obsessed with eternal life is preserved only by rot. A ruler who once commanded armies is escorted home by stench and silence. And if Qin Shi Huang believed fish could mask mortality, the next emperor believed lychees could conquer time itself. All for love, all for taste. Emperor Xuanzong and the race of the lychees. Love makes people do ridiculous things. Wars, poems, abandonment of reason. But few acts of imperial devotion match the logistical absurdity of Emperor Xuanzong of Tang, China, who ordered fresh lychees to be raced hundreds of miles across the empire so his beloved concubine, Yang Guifei, could taste them before they spoiled. This was not an occasional indulgence. It was a royal obsession, one that commandeered the full apparatus of the state. Lychees, prized for their fleeting sweetness and easily bruised skin, grew in the southern provinces of China. But Yang Guifei resided in the north, hundreds of miles away. By the time ordinary shipments arrived, the fruit would be spoiled. This was unacceptable. So Xuanzong orchestrated a relay system, military-grade horse couriers galloping non-stop, day and night, to rush the lychees from orchards to the palace. Riders changed at set intervals, fresh horses waited at checkpoints, and imperial roads were cleared for their passage. All to ensure that by the time the fruit arrived, its skin was still taut, its juices still fragrant, its flavour still worthy of a woman called the most beautiful in China. The scale of effort was staggering. It cost a fortune. It disrupted trade routes. It exhausted resources. and all for a fruit with a shelf life shorter than the emperor's patience. Why lychees? Partly because Yang Guifei adored them, but mostly because they became a symbol of devotion, of extravagance, of the emperor's willingness to collapse practicality beneath the weight of feeling. They weren't fruit anymore. They were love letters with a pit. Xuanzong and Yang's romance, like the lychee, would not last. Their relationship was blamed, fairly or not, for the outbreak of the An Lushan Rebellion, a civil war that fractured the Tang dynasty and left millions dead. Amidst political collapse, Xuanzong was forced to flee. His guards, furious over what they saw as the Empress's poisonous influence, demanded her execution. He resisted. They insisted she was strangled on the roadside. And that was that. The Emperor lived on, but hollowed out. The lychee couriers stopped. The romance became legend, and the fruit ephemeral, decadent, absurd remains the strangest relic of an empire's downfall. Of course, building in the name of love is one thing. Building in the name of guilt and blood is another. The next king we meet climbed a rock and carved his remorse into stone. King Kashyapa and the Sky Palace of Sigiriya. Imagine murdering your father for a crown, and then building a mountain fortress so elaborate, so unreachable, that even your shame can't follow you there. That's the story of King Kashyapa of Sri Lanka, who turned a granite outcrop into a surreal palace in the clouds, as though elevation could absolve betrayal. The rock was called Sigiriya. Rising nearly 200 meters above the jungle, it was steep, jagged, inhospitable, which made it perfect. After overthrowing his father by allegedly walling him up alive, Kashyapa needed protection. His claim to the throne was tenuous, his half-brother threatened revenge, and the people weren't exactly thrilled. So he fled inland and began building. What rose on that rock wasn't just a fortress. It was a fever dream. Water gardens, terraced steps, elaborate frescoes of celestial maidens, polished stone walls so smooth they were called the mirror wall, designed to reflect the paintings and perhaps the conscience of a king who wanted to forget how he'd gotten there. At the summit, he built his palace a complex of rooms, thrones, and pools carved directly into the rock. There was a lion-shaped gateway, complete with colossal paws still visible today, through which visitors would pass on their climb. The message was clear. Enter the domain of a king who stands above you in altitude, in authority, in absolution. But elevation, it turns out, doesn't protect from destiny. Kashyapa's half-brother eventually returned leading an army. The final confrontation was inevitable. According to legend, during the battle, Kashyapa miscalculated a strategic move, causing his troops to believe he was retreating. They abandoned him. Alone, surrounded, he fell on his sword. Sigiriya was later abandoned, repurposed by monks, and finally forgotten. But the rock still rises, strange, majestic, tragic. A monument not to victory, but to paranoia. And to the belief that beauty, if built high enough, can outlast guilt. But some monarchs didn't build towers to escape judgment, they hung bells, real ones, for anyone to ring, even and especially the people they ruled. Emperor Jahangir and the chain of justice. Power rarely invites accountability, but Emperor Jahangir of the Mughal Empire, son of Akbar, ruler of opulence and precision, did something extraordinary. He hung a chain outside his palace, not as decoration, as invitation. It was the chain of justice, a 30-foot golden chain suspended from a bell, stretching from the palace walls to the edge of the street. Any citizen, no matter how low-born, could approach it and pull the chain. The bell would ring, the emperor would hear, and justice imperial, immediate, would be summoned. Imagine it. You're a farmer, a widow, A merchant wronged by an official. No money for bribes, no voice in court. But here hangs a chain literal, golden within reach. You pull it. The palace hears. The emperor listens. It sounds almost mythic, and perhaps it was. The stories of its use are part truth, part symbol. But Jahangir was a ruler who prized symbolism. He saw himself as the arbiter of divine law, a moral balance between justice and splendor. The chain was not just a mechanism, it was a message. Of course, justice was never so simple. The Mughal court remained a labyrinth of privilege and intrigue, but the chain existed. Witnesses described it, engravings depicted it, and its presence said something few rulers dared say: you may speak, I may answer. Jahangir's reign was marked by opium, art, and astonishing attention to detail. He ruled with a logbook in one hand and a cup of wine in the other. But in the chain he offered a rare thing in monarchy: the illusion, or aspiration, of justice on demand. Today the chain is gone, the empire collapsed, but the image remains, a golden tether from the palace to the people. A soundless bell still ringing in the echo chamber of imperial conscience. And if Jahangir offered justice by chain, the next sultan preferred symbolic justice of a different sort, featuring a mechanical tiger, a European soldier, and a soundbox that roared vengeance in wood and gears. Tipu Sultan and the Mechanical Tiger of Vengeance. Most monarchs have portraits, some have statues. Tipu Sultan of Mysore had a tiger made of wood, roaring in vengeance, eternally mauling a European soldier. Tipu's tiger wasn't just decoration, it was a mechanical instrument of propaganda and psychological warfare. Crafted in the late 18th century, the life-sized, painted figure showed a British redcoat, mouth agape in agony, pinned beneath a tiger's claws. Inside the sculpture, a crank-operated sound mechanism. Turn the handle and it emitted blood-curdling growls from the tiger and pained moans from the soldier, as if someone had translated anti-colonial rage into a carnival attraction. But this wasn't just art, it was personal. Tipu Sultan, known as the Tiger of Mysore, saw himself as the fierce predator defending his territory from the ravenous British East India Company. His reign was defined by brutal conflict, reformist zeal, and a deep, unrelenting hostility toward colonial encroachment. The tiger was his emblem on flags, coins, swords, and dreams. The mechanical tiger stood as both totem and threat. Kept in Tipu's palace, it wasn't meant to amuse. It was a statement. This is what happens to invaders. This is what awaits anyone who dares subjugate my kingdom. Guests who entered his court would have heard the groans and growls echoing through marble halls, a reminder that even playthings could draw blood symbolically, if not literally. Tipu's entire life was warfare. He modernized the Mysorean military, introduced rocketry into battle, corresponded with the French in hopes of building anti-British alliances, and fought 4 Anglo-Mysore wars. The last one cost him his life. In 1799, British forces stormed the walls of Seringapatam. Tipu died defending his city, found with sword in hand, body pierced by bullets. His tiger was seized, looted like so many trophies of conquest, and carted off to England, where it eventually ended up in the Victoria and Albert Museum. There, it growled no more, its crank disabled, its symbolism inverted. Today, it sits behind glass, silent, neutered, an anti-colonial roar reduced to a quaint oddity. But it remains potent not just as an object, but as a ghost of empire. A reminder that some kings expressed resistance not just in policy, but in mechanized fury and artistic defiance. And if Tipu's court echoed with roaring tigers, the next emperor's echoed with whispered debates conducted by candlelight under domes of philosophy and faith. Akbar the Great and the Midnight Dialogues. Some monarchs demand obedience. Akbar demanded ideas. In the heart of Fatehpur Sikri, his custom-built capital, Akbar the Great established something no Mughal ruler before him had ever attempted: a formal space for interfaith debate. It was called the Ibadat Khana, the house of worship. But unlike a temple or mosque, it was not built for worshipping gods. It was built for confronting them. Here, under lantern light, gathered the most brilliant and fanatical minds of the time: Sunni and Shia clerics, Hindu Brahmins, Jain scholars, Christian Jesuits, even Zoroastrian priests. They debated theology, ethics, the nature of the soul, all while Akbar sat on a raised platform, listening intently, sometimes interjecting, sometimes goading, always observing. This was not tolerance as political performance, it was curiosity as statecraft. Akbar, though raised Muslim, was not content to rule through inherited dogma. He questioned rituals, suspended forced conversions, abolished the jizya tax on non-Muslims, and in time he even created his own spiritual doctrine, Din-e-Ilahi, or Religion of God, an eclectic fusion of ideas drawn from all traditions, filtered through his own sense of divine justice. It didn't catch on. The empire, deeply conservative in many quarters, recoiled. Orthodox clerics accused him of heresy. But Akbar didn't care. For him, religion was a tool to shape morality, not a leash to obedience. The Ibadat Khana became more than a debating chamber. It became the symbolic core of his empire. His ministers took notice, his enemies took notes, and his people, diverse, multilingual, multi-faith, found themselves ruled by a man who saw knowledge as the highest form of power. Of course, the irony? The debates often devolved into chaos. Scholars argued, shouted, accused. Akbar had to moderate like a divine referee, calming egos as much as he challenged ideas. But even that chaos had value. It showed the empire what discourse looked like, that the throne could accommodate contradictions. In time, the Ibadat Khana fell silent. Akbar's successors, less open-minded, let the debates fade, but the memory lingered. A palace of words. A ruler who asked why, when others simply said how. And while Akbar ruled by candlelight conversations, his distant successor ruled with candle-lit rendezvous of another sort, fathering a nation's worth of children, one concubine at a time. Tokugawa Ieyasu and the prodigious lineage. If paternity were an Olympic sport, Tokugawa Ieyasu would take the gold. The 11th shogun of the Tokugawa dynasty didn't just govern Japan, he repopulated it, one liaison at a time. His official count? Over 50 children, possibly more. Depending on the source, the number stretches into legend. His reign lasted nearly half a century, and he spent much of it ensuring that his family tree didn't just branch, it bloomed like a cherry blossom under a hormonal typhoon. But this wasn't just a man with a libido, it was a system. The Tokugawa court had a labyrinthine harem system known as the oku, or Great Interior, where dozens, sometimes hundreds of women were sequestered, ranked, and groomed as companions for the shogun. The oku operated like its own mini-palace, complete with hierarchy, intrigue, alliances, and betrayals. Think Versailles, but everyone wears kimonos, and no man except the shogun is allowed in. Ieyasu, by all accounts, was fond of luxury. His court was filled with opulence, rituals, and spectacle. He wore elaborate robes, participated in grand parades, and dined on gourmet food even as famine and unrest gripped parts of the country. His rule was characterized more by indulgence than innovation, more by flesh than by reform. And the children? Many were used as diplomatic pawns married off to secure alliances between domains. Others disappeared into the folds of history, buried under temple records and silk veils. But each child reinforced the image of a ruler not only untouchable but inexhaustible. The virility of the shogun became a political narrative. His bloodline was proof of divine favor. There's something tragic in it, of course. Inari's rule did little to reform Japan's growing problems. He ignored economic crises. He allowed corruption to fester. He fathered a small nation, but governed with detachment. The country simmered beneath the surface, waiting for the Meiji Restoration to sweep it all away. Still, the legacy remains. A ruler who lived as if time couldn't touch him, whose bedchamber was more crowded than his court chamber, and who turned reproduction into a regal pastime. But not all Japanese rulers spent their time chasing lineage. Some chased aesthetics, tea, ritual, foreign armor. The next one? He staged wars and tea ceremonies with equal flair and occasionally dressed like a European knight while doing both. Oda Nobunaga and the armored tea ceremony. In the pantheon of Japanese warlords, Oda Nobunaga remains the most paradoxical, a brutal unifier who also adored tea ceremonies. A battlefield butcher in lacquered armor who once paraded through Kyoto in full European plate mail just because he could. He was as likely to quote Chinese poetry as he was to execute a monk. To Nobunaga, warfare and aesthetics weren't contradictions, they were partners in conquest. He rose from minor nobility to become one of Japan's most feared daimyo during the Sengoku, or Warring States, period, a time when Japan was less a country and more a Game of Thrones played with steel. Nobunaga didn't just play. He rewrote the rules. Embracing new technologies like firearms and Western tactics, he swept aside traditional samurai warfare with terrifying efficiency. But behind every scorched castle, every conquered province, there was always ceremony, always style. Enter the tea. The Japanese tea ceremony was already a ritual of precision and poise, but Nobunaga elevated it to a political weapon. To be invited to his tea gatherings wasn't just a sign of cultural refinement, it was a test of loyalty. Allies were forged over bowls of frothy matcha. Enemies were weighed in how they handled the silence, the stillness, the grace. He collected tea utensils like trophies, rare bowls, ladles, scrolls. Each item carried symbolism, history, prestige. One of his generals, after failing in battle, offered Nobunaga an exquisite tea kettle to beg forgiveness. Nobunaga accepted the gift, then ordered the man to commit seppuku. Forgiveness, yes, but don't forget the hierarchy. But perhaps his strangest moment came when he donned European armor, imported from Jesuit missionaries. Steel breastplates, a plumed helmet. He strutted through the streets, not as a samurai, but as some Eurasian chimera, half daimyo, half conquistador. No one knew whether to laugh, fear, or applaud. He did it for the shock, for the spectacle, and to remind everyone, this warlord played on a global board. Nobunaga was assassinated in 1582 by a vassal in a sudden betrayal cut down not in battle, but in a temple. Yet his legacy endured. The man who saw no contradiction in sipping tea with one hand and burning monasteries with the other. And while Nobunaga staged war like art, his successor turned tea into a portable shrine, gilded, mobile, and impossible to ignore. Toyotomi Hideyoshi and the Golden Tea Room. If Oda Nobunaga treated the tea ceremony as strategy, Toyotomi Hideyoshi turned it into pure, dazzling spectacle. He didn't just host tea gatherings, he traveled with a golden tea room, an actual portable structure lined with gold leaf that he could unpack and assemble wherever he pleased. Because nothing says spiritual refinement like blinding opulence on tour. Hideyoshi had risen from peasant origins to become the ruler of all Japan, a meteoric rise unmatched in samurai history. Unlike the blue-blooded lords who preceded him, Hideyoshi wasn't born with a surname, let alone a province. What he lacked in pedigree, he made up for in brilliance and sheer, flamboyant audacity. And nowhere was that audacity clearer than in how he performed power. The tea ceremony, traditionally a humble act of wabi-sabi aesthetic, of simplicity and imperfection, became under Hideyoshi a golden pageant. He commissioned Senno Rikyu, the most revered tea master in Japan, to create the gilded chamber. Everything inside it shimmered. Gold panels, gold shelves, gold utensils. A holy ritual transformed into a mobile throne room. He carried this chamber to castles, battlefronts, temples. Wherever he traveled, the tea room followed, set up within his encampments like a sacred embassy of refinement. For Hideyoshi, tea wasn't about humility. It was about dominion. The room was small, but inside it, he ruled. Every guest was equal beneath him. And yet, for all the glitter, Hideyoshi respected the philosophy behind the ceremony. He studied with Rikyu, followed the rituals, engaged in the spiritual minimalism even as he surrounded it with opulence. Their relationship was deep, complex, ultimately tragic. Rikyu, the tea master, grew uneasy with the direction things were taking. The golden excess, the distortion of values. Eventually, Hideyoshi turned on him. Some say jealousy. Others, politics. Rikyu was ordered to commit seppuku. His death marked the end of tea as protest and the triumph of tea as spectacle. Hideyoshi ruled until 1598, dying of illness while planning a military invasion of China. His golden tea room outlived him, an artifact of a time when luxury and legacy traveled together in crates. And while Hideyoshi meditated in gold, the next emperor preferred silence of a different sort, submerging himself in sea slugs and publishing research between battles. Emperor Hirohito and the Sea Slug Diaries. You know, a ruler is complicated when the least strange thing about him is that he led a country into a world war. Emperor Hirohito of Japan, formerly known as Showa, held power during one of the most turbulent periods in world history. And yet, amidst the firebombs, the imperial edicts, and the nuclear aftermath, he kept a quiet obsession: marine biology. Not as a hobby, as a calling. From a young age, Hirohito was drawn to the ocean. Not in a metaphorical way, no tides of destiny or stormy symbolism, but in the form of mollusks, echinoderms, and yes, sea slugs. He published scientific papers under his own name. He collected specimens. He dissected, observed, categorized. He even had species named after him. His imperial palace had a laboratory, microscopes, tanks. He would spend hours there, sometimes during wartime, observing nudibranchs with monk-like focus while generals waited in the hall. His research wasn't performative. It was detailed, methodical, peer-reviewed. By all accounts, he was a competent scientist. Some said brilliant. And this created one of the strangest dichotomies in modern monarchy. The emperor as wartime deity, addressing a nation with divine proclamations, and the emperor as mild-mannered biologist, scribbling notes about coral polyps. During World War II, Hirohito's image was tightly controlled. He was portrayed as aloof, godlike, an unapproachable symbol of eternal Japan. But in private, he remained the quiet man with a deep love for invertebrates. After Japan's surrender, when his divine status was renounced and his role reduced to figurehead, Hirohito didn't rage or mourn. He went back to the lab. Through decades of post-war transformation, economic booms, student protests, cultural upheavals, Hirohito remained steady, observing, writing, measuring sea creatures with the same calm detachment he once brought to imperial matters. It's almost too neat, too ironic. The man whose name is linked to one of history's greatest cataclysms spent his final decades examining things that cannot scream. Perhaps that was the appeal. Silence. Simplicity. A world of creatures too small to ask questions. But Japan was never truly silent. Beneath Hirohito's calm, the old myths lingered, the rituals, the ancestral spirits, and on the southern shores of another island, a stranger ritual still whispered through the waves, a marriage made not in history books, but in tides. The sultans of Java and the queen of the southern sea. Most monarchs wed for power, some wed for love, but the sultans of Java married a myth again and again, binding their thrones to the sea with a ritual that made tide and sovereignty one. Her name was Nyai Roro Kido, the queen of the Southern Ocean. And if you ruled Java, you married her. Not in poetry, not in metaphor, in ceremony. She wasn't a woman, not in any ordinary sense. She was a goddess, or spirit, or ghost queen, depending on who you ask. Hair like seaweed, eyes like storms, skin green as ocean glass. The Javanese believed she ruled the fierce waters of the Indian Ocean, and that the safety of the realm, especially the Mataram dynasty, depended on her pleasure. So each new sultan pledged himself to her, symbolically, spiritually, sometimes even romantically. In private rituals conducted near the southern shore, offerings were made. Batik cloth, perfume, flowers, and once, every so often, a full-blown wedding ceremony, complete with a bed left empty by the waves. This was not fringe folklore. This was statecraft. The sultans themselves, otherwise Islamic rulers, embraced the tradition as part of their sacred duty. It blended local animism, Hindu-Buddhist remnants, and Javanese mysticism into something more powerful than doctrine, legitimacy. Even today, the legend lives. At Parangtritis Beach, a sacred site associated with the Queen, locals still avoid wearing green, her sacred colour, lest they offend her and be pulled into the sea. Tourists are warned with a straight face, don't tempt her, she takes what she wants. The idea of a spirit queen co-ruling with flesh and blood kings may seem strange to outsiders, but in Java, it made sense. Kings are temporal, oceans are eternal. By wedding Nyai Roro Kido, each sultan became more than a man, he became part of the island's spiritual geography. But where Java's monarchs symbolically married a wave, the next king etched eternity into stone slabs, one word at a time, 729 times, King Mindon and the world's largest book. Some kings leave legacies written in law, others leave monuments. King Mindon of Burma left 729 marble pages, each the size of a doorway, carved with scripture. Together, they form what is often called the largest book in the world, a Buddhist canon made of stone. This was not vanity publishing. This was devotion turned architectural. Completed in the mid-19th century, the Kuthadal Pagoda complex in Mandalay houses the Tripitaka, the entire Pali canon of Theravada Buddhism. Each stone slab is encased in a small white stupa, arranged like an enormous library of shrines. Visitors don't turn pages, they walk them. Mindon wasn't a tyrant or warrior. He was a contemplative king, more monk than monarch in temperament. He promoted religious scholarship, supported translation efforts, and encouraged printing, but stone, he believed, was more permanent than paper. In an age of colonial encroachment and crumbling empires, he wanted to safeguard the Dharma not just in memory, but in marble. Each tablet took weeks to carve. The work was done by teams of skilled monks and artisans, supervised with monastic discipline. The result? a sacred garden of knowledge, where the word of the Buddha could be preserved against fire, flood, and foreign rule. And foreign rule was coming. Not long after the project's completion, Burma fell under British control, the royal court dissolved, the crown was taken, but the stone pages remained. To this day, pilgrims circle them barefoot, tracing their fingers across the grooves of letters etched a century and a half ago. The book can't be read in a single sitting, or even a single lifetime. It must be absorbed slowly, one inscription at a time, with the humility of someone climbing a staircase made of thought. If King Mindon wrote eternity into stone, the next monarch looked instead to the stars. He calculated the universe, then got bit by it. King Mongkut and the solar eclipse. King Mongkut of Siam Rama IV to historians wore two crowns, one of gold and one of intellect. He is remembered in the West as the king in The King and I, a stubborn exotic foil to a British governess. But the real Mongkut was a scholar king who spoke Latin, studied astronomy, and once predicted a solar eclipse so precisely that he dragged half his court into the jungle to watch it happen. The year was 1868. Mongkut had calculated that a total solar eclipse would be visible from a remote location near the border of what is now Cambodia. Scientists from Europe and Siamese nobility alike were invited to witness the celestial event, and it happened exactly where and when he said it would. Western observers were stunned. The king's predictions were more accurate than those of the French astronomers who attended. It was a triumph. A moment when Siam, long dismissed by colonial powers as a backward kingdom, proved it could match the West in precision and intellect. Mongkut had spent decades as a monk before becoming king, and in that time he devoured scientific texts, corresponded with missionaries, and taught himself to calculate planetary movements. But triumph has its costs. While in the jungle for the eclipse expedition, Mongkut contracted malaria. He returned home triumphant but ill. Within weeks, he was dead. His son, Chulalongkorn, took the throne. So the king who mapped the stars died from the jungle's smallest curse, a mosquito bite. It's an irony so sharp it almost defies fiction. A ruler who could forecast the movements of planets undone by something too small to see. And yet, in his death, Mongkut left something far greater than calculations. He left a blueprint for Siam's survival, a kingdom open to knowledge, blending tradition with adaptation, embracing science without surrendering sovereignty. It worked. But Mongkut wasn't done trying to surprise the world, because before he died, he made a very strange offer to a certain American president, a gift that might have changed US transportation forever. King Mongkut's elephants for America. If diplomacy is usually conducted through carefully worded letters and symbolic gifts, King Mongkut of Siam decided to cut the pretense and go straight for pachyderms. In one of the strangest and most endearing diplomatic overtures in 19th century history, he offered President Abraham Lincoln several domesticated elephants to improve American transportation. Yes, elephants. It wasn't satire. It wasn't even particularly sarcastic. Mongkut genuinely believed that elephants, long used in Siam for labor, war, and royal pageantry, could help the young, sprawling United States develop its infrastructure. In his eyes, elephants were the original off-road vehicle, self-repairing, eco-friendly, and capable of hauling a small house through the jungle. He had no reason to doubt their potential on the plains of Kansas. The letter was formal, reverent, and completely serious. Mongkut had heard that America lacked elephants and, being a scientifically curious monarch with a touch of eccentric warmth, he thought this was a deficiency worth correcting. He proposed shipping over a few trained animals to breed a new population, helping to populate the forests and strengthen agriculture. Abraham Lincoln, to his credit, responded graciously and declined. The United States, he explained politely, had advanced quite far with steam engines and steel rails, and while he appreciated the offer, America was probably not the best habitat for elephants. Climate, logistics, dietary needs, Lincoln didn't go into detail, but one suspects he knew this was one diplomatic gift better left unopened. Still, the offer was sincere, and it reflected the strange, insightful worldview of a monarch who saw no contradiction between ancient traditions and modern invention. Mongkut understood the symbolism of elephants. They were power, memory, dignity. But he also believed in progress, and perhaps saw the gesture as a kind of cultural bridge from the old world of kings to the restless republic of the West. Had the offer been accepted, one wonders what history might look like. Elephant caravans rolling through Ohio, presidential elephant stables, a department of pachyderm affairs. Instead, the story survives as a charming what-if proof that diplomacy, at its most human, is often equal parts genius and absurdity. But Mongkut's elephants never reached America. They remained in Siam, while elsewhere in Southeast Asia, kings were staging even stranger spectacles, ones that didn't involve shipping elephants, but watching them fight tigers for sport. The Nguyen emperors and the royal death matches. In the royal courts of 19th century Vietnam, entertainment wasn't just grand, it was primal. At the imperial city of Hue, the Nguyen emperors staged elaborate fights between elephants and tigers in specially built arenas. These weren't symbolic duels. These were raw, orchestrated displays of domination with clear ideological undertones. The elephants, representing the monarchy and its strength, were seen as sacred creatures, majestic, wise, and noble. Tigers, meanwhile, were wild, ferocious, unpredictable. In Vietnamese folklore, they symbolized chaos and rebellion. Put simply, this wasn't just a fight. It was a metaphor. Before the battle, the tiger's claws and teeth were often blunted or removed. The elephant, on the other hand, was armored and sometimes guided by a mahout. You can guess how the matches typically ended. The tigers were mauled, trampled, flipped like rag dolls. The crowd roared. The emperor nodded. Order had been affirmed. It was brutal, yes, but it was also ceremonial, a political message encoded in blood and dust. These battles weren't staged for the sake of violence. They were moral lessons writ in flesh. The empire was the elephant, large, wise, and, when needed, lethally effective. Rebels, rivals, invaders, tigers with dulled claws. Of course, not everyone was comfortable with the symbolism or the violence. Some court officials objected, some audiences recoiled. But the spectacle continued, a tradition that mingled ancient myth, royal legitimacy, and blood sport. Eventually, under colonial pressure and changing tastes, the matches were phased out. But the legend remained. Today, the site still stands, empty, quiet, a circular scar in the earth where animals once played out the empire's anxieties. And if tigers and elephants once clashed for symbolism, the next monarch preferred the quiet drama of cinema starring himself. Norodom Sihanouk and the Silver Screen Sovereign. It's not every day you find a king behind a camera yelling, "Cut!" But Norodom Sihanouk of Cambodia lived his life as both monarch and movie maker, part ruler, part auteur, forever casting himself in the center of his country's surreal script. Sihanouk's reign was already complicated before the cameras rolled. He abdicated, then returned, then exiled, then returned again. He flipped between monarchy, head of state, figurehead, and national symbol like a man changing costumes between scenes. So perhaps it's no surprise that he turned to film not just as a hobby, but as a second monarchy. Over the course of his life, Sihanouk directed, wrote, and often starred in over 24 films. His genres ranged from romantic drama to political allegory to historical epic. He played peasants, kings, lovers, and sometimes all three. His production company was practically an arm of the palace, with royal staff doubling as crew. The films were shot across Cambodia, in temples, in jungles, along the Mekong River. They featured sweeping landscapes, long dramatic pauses, and sudden bursts of idealism. Sihanouk's artistic vision was heavily stylized, equal parts French, New Wave, and Southeast Asian melodrama, with a dash of royal fantasy. Was it escapism? Certainly, but it was also propaganda. These weren't apolitical stories. They projected an image of a unified, romanticized Cambodia, one that stood apart from the encroaching chaos of war, revolution, and colonial hangover. In his films, Sihanouk shaped a version of the nation he wanted to rule graceful, ordered, full of passion and loyalty. Critics were divided. Some saw them as vanity projects, others as heartfelt expressions of cultural pride. But no one could ignore the audacity. While other monarchs clung to tradition, Sihanouk leaned into performance, blurring the line between ruler and artist, crown and character. Even after being overthrown, even after years in exile, he returned to directing. His camera never stopped rolling. He once said that filmmaking was the only thing that kept him sane. Perhaps ruling, for Sihanouk, was just another role, and one that didn't always have the best script. But in his movies, he could write the ending. He could kiss the girl. He could survive the coup. A king forever calling action, even as the real world unraveled around him. And if Sihanouk played with fiction, the next royal lived a nightmare. A prince locked in a box of rice, a court that became a coffin, a death no script could soften, Crown Prince Sado, and the rice chest execution. If the purpose of monarchy is to embody divine order, Crown Prince Sado of Korea's Joseon dynasty represented everything that terrified it. Madness, unpredictability, and a lineage that broke under its own pressure. His death locked inside a wooden rice chest to slowly suffocate over the course of days is one of the most infamous royal tragedies in East Asian history. A prince buried alive by the hands of his own father. Not for rebellion, not for treason, but for simply being unacceptable. Sado was born in 1735, the heir to King Yongjo, a ruler obsessed with Confucian decorum and dynastic control. From the start, Sado was a misfit. He stammered in court, retreated into odd behaviors, and displayed increasingly erratic tendencies. Historical records, many written posthumously by his wife and mother, paint a disturbing picture. Mood swings, compulsive violence, paranoia, and possibly hallucinations. He reportedly beat servants to death, wandered the palace with a sword, threatening anyone who crossed him, hid in closets to escape imagined pursuers. Whether he was mentally ill, misunderstood, or slandered in retrospect remains debated. But the palace grew frightened. Whispers turned to fear. Fear turned to strategy. King Yongjo, bound by Confucianism and unwilling to execute his own son directly, devised a horrific workaround. On a hot July day in 1762, he ordered Sado into a large wooden chest used to store rice. The lid was sealed, the box placed in the sundae. For 8 days, the prince slowly suffocated and starved. No one was permitted to intervene. The royal household carried on as if nothing had happened. Sado died at 27, reduced from heir to cautionary tale. Officially, his death was a voluntary suicide. The lie barely covered the stench. And yet, in a cruel twist of dynastic irony, Sado's son went on to become one of Korea's most effective rulers, King Jongjo. In public, he honored his grandfather. In private, he sought to rehabilitate his father's memory. The royal tomb of Sado became a pilgrimage site. The rice chest became a national wound. Sado's story isn't just tragic, it's gothic. A prince trapped not only in a box, but in a role he could not perform, in a system that punished deviation with ceremonial silence. His death didn't just remove him, it removed the possibility of him. And yet, even as Korea's palace whispered around the dead, another king half a continent away was shouting into the wind about alphabets, science, and sound itself. King Sejong and the alphabet of the people. Most monarchs speak in declarations. King Sejong of Korea chose to speak for the people by giving them the tools to speak for themselves. In 1443, he created Hangul, the Korean alphabet. Not commissioned, not inherited, created. A written system designed from scratch for clarity, accessibility, and national identity. Why? Because the Korean elite wrote in classical Chinese, a script elegant but impenetrable to the common people. Sejong, a scholar king with a reformist streak, saw this as unacceptable. Knowledge belonged to everyone, not just the aristocracy. So he assembled a group of linguists and scholars, locked them in a lab, more or less, and built an alphabet from the ground up. Hangul was phonetic, logical, a miracle of linguistic engineering. Its shapes mimicked the positions of the mouth and tongue when spoken. It could be learned in hours, read in days, written with precision. It was, in every way, a democratic revolution masquerading as linguistics. The reaction? Horror. The scholar class, the Yangban, were livid. They saw Hangul as vulgar, beneath them, a threat to their monopoly on literacy and power. They called it women's script, children's script, barbarian letters. Sejong didn't care. He pushed it anyway. He wrote poetry in it, published medical guides in it, encouraged farmers, wives, merchants to learn it, and slowly the people did. But Sejong wasn't done. He invented rain gauges, improved sundials, measured the wind, created standardized weights, promoted musicians and astronomers. His court, for a brief moment, became a scientific utopia, where monarchs debated ethics and eclipses with equal intensity. Yet, despite his accomplishments, Sejong lived in pain, literally. He suffered from diabetes and blindness, spending much of his later reign bedridden, dictating statecraft between bouts of agony. His genius didn't save him from the frailty of the body, but it did outlive him. Hangul remains the cornerstone of Korean identity. More than a script, it's a reminder that literacy is power, and power, in the right hands, can be generous. But not all emperors chose knowledge. Some chose birds, paintbrushes, and the comforting hum of denial as their kingdoms burned around them. Huizong of Song and the emperor who painted while falling. In the twilight years of the Northern Song dynasty, as enemies gathered and history sharpened its knives, Emperor Huizong sat in his palace, painting birds. He was not a fool. Far from it. Huizong was a polymath, a master calligrapher, poet, painter, and patron of the arts. His court became a cultural renaissance filled with musicians, scholars, and artists. Under him, Chinese landscape painting reached sublime heights. He reformed court music, catalogued imperial art, and refined calligraphic styles still revered today. But as an emperor, he was a catastrophe. While northern China fell under the growing threat of the Jurchen-led Jin dynasty, Huizong seemed distracted, more interested in composing poems about orioles than fortifying borders. His ministers pleaded. Generals warned. The treasury bled silver into vanity projects and scrolls. He built gardens. He bred exotic birds. He painted scenes of flowering branches and chirping finches while armies marched ever closer. His signature artwork style, slender gold, epitomized his reign, elegant, refined, and hopelessly fragile. In 1127, disaster struck. The Jin invaded. The capital, Kaifeng, was overrun. The emperor abdicated, passing the crown to his son in a panicked gesture of deflection. But it was too late. Huizong was captured, along with most of his family, forced to march into northern exile in humiliation. He died years later, a prisoner artist painting in captivity, the once great emperor reduced to a footnote in the dynasty he doomed. And yet, the art survived. His scrolls still hang in museums. His calligraphy still inspires students. Huizong lost a kingdom, but kept an aesthetic. A monarch remembered not for ruling, but for beauty, and for what happens when you choose beauty over vigilance. The next emperor would also lose a throne, but unlike Huizong, he wouldn't vanish into exile. He'd reappear decades later, shears in hand, dead empire in the rearview mirror, and a garden to tend. Puyi and the gardener who used to be emperor. When you imagine an emperor, you don't picture a man in ill-fitting work clothes, clipping hedges behind a Beijing office building. But that's exactly how Puyi, the last emperor of China, spent his final years. From enthroned deity to unpaid groundskeeper, his life wasn't just a fall from power. It was a slow-motion implosion through the looking glass of the 20th century. Puyi was crowned in 1908 at the age of 2, too young to walk properly, barely old enough to form sentences. He cried through the coronation. That was probably the most honest moment of his reign. Within 3 years, the Qing dynasty collapsed, and Puyi became a monarch in name only, kept in the Forbidden City as a living artifact, a symbol without function. For years, he lived in a surreal museum of himself. The world changed outside the palace walls, republics rose, warlords fought, modernity crept in, but inside, Puyi remained frozen in imperial ritual. Every morning, eunuchs performed court ceremonies to an emperor with no country. They addressed him in archaic titles, poured tea in gold cups, and bowed to a boy who ruled absolutely over a few dozen increasingly irrelevant courtiers. Eventually, even that illusion collapsed. He was expelled from the Forbidden City and tossed into the chaos of Republican China. Then came the Japanese, who installed him as a puppet ruler of Manchukuo, their made-up state in northeastern China. They dressed him in uniforms, staged parades, and told him he was emperor again. He wasn't. He was a figurehead on a leash. When World War II ended, the Soviets captured him. Then he was handed over to the Chinese communists. No longer a ruler, no longer a symbol, just a prisoner. And yet, that's not where his story ends. Puyi was reformed according to the rhetoric of the time, sent through ideological rehabilitation, made to confess his crimes, renounce his past. He wrote a memoir from emperor to citizen and eventually found work in Beijing as a gardener at a botanical institute. There are photos of him from this period, smiling, awkward, pruning hedges. He wore a blue mouse suit and got a paycheck like everyone else. Children walked past him without knowing they were watching the former son of heaven water chrysanthemums. Was he happy? Some say yes. Others suspect he remained a ghost, wandering a country that had no place for him. A man with memories of jade thrones and royal banquets, now shuffling among tools and fertilizer. But in the end, Puyi became what no emperor before him had, ordinary, and maybe, in that ordinariness, there was a kind of peace. The next king didn't chase peace, he chased images. Thousands of them, catalogued in silence, framed by harem walls, and captured through the obsessive lens of royal possession. Nasser al-Din Shah and the harem through a lens. Long before Instagram, long before selfie sticks and face filters, there was Nasser al-Din Shah of Persia, Qajar ruler, authoritarian modernizer, and one of history's earliest royal photo addicts. Armed with a camera and an imperial whim, he turned his palace into a studio, his harem into a gallery, and his reign into an archive of meticulous, slightly unsettling visual obsession. Born in 1831 and ruling for nearly 5 decades, Nasser al-Din was fascinated by the new technologies arriving from the West. He imported cameras, learned to use them, and brought photography into the palace like it was a new religion. But while most kings might pose for a few official portraits, Nasser al-Din went further, much further. He photographed everything: ceremonies, soldiers, architecture, but his greatest fixation was the women of his royal harem. The images were carefully staged. Women posed in rows, seated on carpets, dressed in layers of embroidered silk and jewelry. Sometimes they held musical instruments, sometimes books, sometimes nothing at all. There was no public exhibition. These photographs were for the Shah's private collection, meticulously categorized, stored, and revisited. Some historians say he used them to remember names, track favorites, or simply revel in his own authority. Others read them as expressions of artistic curiosity. But there's no denying the undertone: power made visible, women transformed into icons, identity flattened into arrangement. What makes it stranger is how still these women appear. Unlike Western fashion of the time, which leaned toward demure, idealized fragility, these Persian harem portraits often feature confident, even challenging gazes. They're not shrinking violets, they're present, watching. Of course, the harem itself was an empire within an empire. Hundreds of women lived in those secluded chambers. It had its own hierarchy, politics, rituals, and in this world of curated silence, the camera became both an intrusion and a strange form of immortality. Nasser al-Din was eventually assassinated by a political dissident, but not before leaving behind thousands of images, a visual relic of a royal gaze that tried to freeze time. The photos now sit in archives and museums, often blurred by the passage of decades, their subjects anonymous, their stories untold. But their eyes still look directly at you. And if Persia's Shah immortalized his harem in photographs, the next caliph preferred his diplomacy with a more elephantine flourish, because what's a royal gift without a tusk and a trumpet? Harun al-Rashid and the diplomatic elephant. In the golden haze of Baghdad's peak, when the Abbasid Caliphate glimmered with science and opulence, Harun al-Rashid ruled like a figure from a storybook. And fittingly, he made one of the most fantastical diplomatic gestures in history. He sent Charlemagne, a fellow emperor, halfway across the world. An elephant. Not a statue, not a painting, a living, breathing, trumpeting elephant. Its name was Abul Abbas, and it lumbered across continents as a living ambassador. From Baghdad through the Levant, across the Mediterranean, through Italy and the Alps, and eventually all the way to Charlemagne's court in Aachen. It was, without question, the strangest and most logistically implausible piece of foreign policy ever attempted on 4 legs. Why an elephant? Because nothing says, "I recognize your empire," like sending a beast no one in Europe had seen in centuries. The gesture was both grand and absurd. A gift that combined exotic mystique with imperial flexing. Harun was saying, "I see you, Charles. Now behold what I can send." Charlemagne, for his part, was awestruck. Abul Abbas became a court celebrity. Crowds gathered just to glimpse him. Chroniclers marveled at the size, the strangeness, the sheer otherness of this creature from the East. It wasn't just a gift, it was a mobile myth. But beneath the spectacle was calculation. Harun al-Rashid wasn't simply trying to impress a foreign king. He was building an alliance against a common enemy, the Byzantines. The elephant was diplomacy, disguised as marvel. And it worked. Correspondence flowed. Gifts followed. The East and West, if only briefly, nodded in mutual admiration. Abul Abbas died years later, reportedly from a chill while crossing a river in Germany. He passed into legend, and his journey became a metaphor for empire itself, grand, cumbersome, improbable. But while Harun's diplomacy trumpeted across continents, the next caliph would issue decrees so strange they sound like surrealist satire, because when divine authority goes unchecked, even shoes can be banned. Al-Hakim and the caliph who banned shoes. If Harun al-Rashid embodied the golden brilliance of the Abbasid Caliphate, his Fatimid counterpart Al-Hakim by Amr Allah took a darker, stranger path, one paved with moonlit disappearances, religious extremism, and royal proclamations that would have made Kafka pause. Born in 985 and ruling from Cairo, Al-Hakim was called the Mad Caliph by his enemies. But madness doesn't explain everything. Sometimes power just wants to whisper to itself in riddles. He came to the throne at age 11. By his 20s, he'd already begun transforming the Fatimid court into a theatre of increasingly bizarre decrees. At first, it was manageable. Bans on certain kinds of food, regulations on trade, restrictions on public behaviour. But soon, the rules became abstract performative acts of royal will. He banned women from appearing in public, then reversed it, then banned cobblers from making women's shoes, lest they be tempted by the curve of a foot. He banned grapes, then banned raisins, then banned wine, then banned the mention of wine. Some sources say he banned chess, others say he banned shellfish. He definitely banned the eating of watercress at one point. Cairo tiptoed around him, literally. Night walking was outlawed, lanterns forbidden, music silenced, dogs howled at the stillness. Royal guards enforced the rules with a mixture of terror and confusion. People never knew what was legal from one week to the next. It wasn't just tyranny, it was a test. Who would obey the unthinkable? But Al-Hakim wasn't entirely without a plan. He saw himself not just as a ruler, but as an instrument of divine will, part prophet, part philosopher, part God. He commissioned religious treatises, cultivated a strange cult of personality, even founded what would become the Druze faith, which considered him a divine being who had transcended death. And death, when it came, was suitably theatrical. In 1021, Al-Hakim rode out for one of his nightly meditations on Cairo's outskirts alone, under the stars, barefoot. He never returned. His donkey came back without him. Only his blood-stained robe was found. Was it assassination? A staged vanishing? Self-exile? His followers claimed he had ascended, divinity reclaimed by the universe. His enemies claimed someone had finally snapped and ended his rule with a blade. History shrugged. The mystery, like the man, remains unsolved. But while Al-Hakim issued bans from marble palaces, the next sultan took a more hands-on approach to morality enforcement. He went undercover, prowling the streets like a royal Batman, on a mission against coffee. Murad IV and the Ottoman barista purge. In the early 17th century, the Ottoman Empire had a coffee problem. Not a shortage, an abundance. Coffee houses were exploding across Istanbul. They weren't just serving caffeine, they were brewing sedition. Men gathered to smoke, gamble, play chess, and most dangerous of all, talk politics. Sultan Murad IV didn't like that. So he banned coffee. Then he disguised himself, went out at night with a scimitar, and started catching rule breakers personally. Murad wasn't exactly your average Puritan. He drank, he swore, he indulged in excess. But he believed public order depended on appearances, and coffeehouses, in his mind, were engines of chaos. So he declared war, not on a nation, not on a rebellion, but on beverages. First, he outlawed tobacco, then alcohol, then coffee. Offenders were beaten. Repeat offenders were executed, sometimes by the Sultan himself. He was known to appear in plain clothes, stroll into a coffee house, reveal himself dramatically, and enforce justice on the spot. No trials, no debates. Just a swift, theatrical end to the espresso enthusiast. It sounds absurd until you realize what coffee houses represented: a space for unfiltered speech. In a tightly controlled society, any gathering of men not sanctioned by the state was suspect. Murad's war on coffee was a war on unsupervised discourse. He wasn't afraid of the drink, he was afraid of the conversation. And yet, his reign brought relative peace. His fear of disorder made him a tyrant, but also a stabilizer. He reined in rebellious provinces, reasserted control over the army, managed to steer the Ottoman ship through turbulence, but always with that razor-thin logic: order over liberty, decaf or death. He died young, 28 years old, of cirrhosis, irony's favorite illness. The Sultan who banned booze couldn't resist it himself. His successors would lift the bans, coffee would return. But the memory lingered. A time when being too jittery in public could get you beheaded. And if Murad stalked the streets with a blade, his brother next in line was even less predictable. Where Murad enforced order through fear, Ibrahim ruled through impulse. Glittering coins, fur-lined pools, and a reign where reality was barely hanging on. Ibrahim the Mad and the coins in the Bosphorus. If Murad IV was the strict headmaster of the Ottoman dynasty, his brother Ibrahim was the kid in the corner, licking gold coins and whispering to cats. Officially crowned Sultan in 1640, Ibrahim the Mad inherited a throne and promptly misplaced his grip on reality. His mental instability wasn't subtle, it was the whole show. For most of his early life, Ibrahim had been confined to the kafes, a gilded cage within the palace, where potential heirs were imprisoned to prevent rebellion. Years of isolation, paranoia, and silence did something irreversible. When he was finally crowned Sultan, he wasn't prepared for the weight of empire, or gravity, apparently. He developed obsessions. One of them was glittering coins. He'd throw them into the Bosphorus just to watch them sparkle underwater. Courtiers would gather, unsure whether to applaud or panic, as the Sultan emptied chests of silver into the sea, like a man trying to buy favor from Poseidon. Another obsession: furs. Not just wearing them, bathing in them. He ordered rooms lined floor to ceiling with ermine and sable, created fur-lined pools, and sometimes rolled in them naked. Foreign dignitaries wrote home in disbelief, describing the Ottoman court as more circus than state. But the real danger wasn't the eccentricity. It was the volatility. Ibrahim distrusted his viziers, executed officials on whims, and elevated concubines and astrologers to positions of terrifying influence. One favorite, known as Şekerpare, meaning sugar cube, was said to have held near total control over palace affairs for months. Government decisions began to resemble soap operas. Eventually, the empire couldn't take it. In 1648, the Janissaries, the elite military corps, rose up. The ulama issued a fatwa. Ibrahim was deposed, imprisoned, and eventually strangled with a silken cord, a velvet end to a velvet reign. His rule lasted just 8 years. But it was enough to burn a chapter into Ottoman history, a reminder that sanity, like empire, is not guaranteed by lineage. Next came another Shah, equally theatrical in ego, who didn't just rule, he performed divinity erased boundaries, and blurred his throne with the heavens. Shah Ismail, I, and the crown of divine swagger. Power makes liars of us all. But Shah Ismail I of Persia didn't lie, he believed. Not just in his divine right to rule, but in his actual divinity. Crowned in 1501 as the first ruler of the Safavid dynasty, Ismail wasn't content with mere kingship. He claimed to be more than a Shah. He claimed to be sacred. And the terrifying thing? Thousands believed him. Ismail didn't rise through cautious diplomacy or military conservatism. He tore across Iran with the fury of a messianic teenager because he was a teenager. Ceasing Tabriz at just 14, he declared Shia Islam the official religion of the empire, setting in motion one of the most seismic theological transformations in Islamic history. The Safavids enforced conversion with a blade and a prayer. Resistance met fire, or worse, poetry. Because Ismail wasn't just a warrior. He was a poet, a mystic, and a propagandist. He wrote in Azerbaijani Turkish under the pen name Katay, composing verses that blurred the line between romantic yearning and divine monologue. His poetry wasn't metaphor, it was manifesto. In his words, he was the sun, the shadowless one, God's shadow cast in human form, except, without the humility. This wasn't uncommon in medieval monarchies. Divine kingship was the standard. But Ismail didn't stop at claiming divine favor. He implied at times outright declared divine identity. He was said to perform miracles. His followers, the Kizilbash, wore 12-pointed red headgear symbolizing the 12 imams, and considered him the earthly channel of divine authority. Some called him the Mahdi. Some whispered he was the return of Ali himself. Ismail embraced it all, with charisma and cruelty in equal measure. He danced along the edge of myth and megalomania. His court became a stage where theology and theatre blurred, and dissent was more than treason, it was heresy. And yet, this same man who saw himself as divine was crushed in 1514 by the Ottomans at the Battle of Chaldiran. Ismail's mystic aura met cannon fire and broke. He disappeared for months, fell into depression, and withdrew from active rule. The spell, it seems, was breakable. Still, his empire endured. His theocratic experiment defined Iranian identity for centuries, and his image, half saint, half emperor, cast a long, confusing shadow. While Ismail played God, the next king tried to buy divinity, or at least fame, with an absurd generosity. A pilgrimage so extravagant it warped the economy of half a continent. Mansa Musa and the gold that broke the world. If you think billionaire vanity projects are a modern curse, meet Mansa Musa, the 14th century ruler of the Mali Empire, who accidentally broke entire economies just by showing up. His crime? Generosity, with a side of god-tier bling. In 1324, Musa undertook the Hajj to Mecca, a religious pilgrimage required of all able Muslims. But he didn't travel light. He brought a caravan stretching as far as the eye could see, 60,000 people, including 12,000 slaves, hundreds of camels, and untold quantities of gold. He built mosques on the road, gave handouts like candy, funded schools and scholars, dropped coins like confetti. It wasn't just wealth, it was theatrical wealth. Each city he passed, through Cairo, Medina, Mecca, was left awestruck, then economically destabilized. The influx of gold depressed local currencies. Prices skyrocketed, markets convulsed. Economists call it hyperinflation. Musa called it Tuesday. He didn't just make an entrance, he made history. His appearance on 14th century maps of Africa drawn by European cartographers who had never set foot in Mali depicted him sitting on a throne of gold, wearing a crown of gold, holding a scepter of gold. The message was clear. Mali was rich, and Mansa Musa was the source. But what he left behind was more than economic chaos. He placed Mali on the global stage, reshaped Islamic scholarship in West Africa, and transformed cities like Timbuktu into intellectual powerhouses. His reign funded architecture, theology, law. He showed that Africa was not a passive backdrop to history, but a player with its own empires and ambitions. And yet, like many rulers who give too much, Musa's legacy was also his undoing. His gold became mythic. Generations of adventurers hunted for the riches of Mali. Colonizers later turned the narrative of African wealth into justification for conquest. The treasure of Musa didn't vanish, it was taken, piece by piece, by men who thought gold made them righteous. Still, his story glows with a strange contradiction. A devout Muslim who lived humbly at home, yet upended the world with a single journey. A man who gave away so much, it broke entire cities. But if Musa's generosity was divine, the next emperor tried to ingest the divine itself, one page at a time. Menelik II and the Bible diet. Faith can move mountains. Or, in the case of Emperor Menelik II of Ethiopia, it can be eaten preferably page by page, as medicine. Menelik ruled Ethiopia at the turn of the 20th century, a modernizing force with a medieval crown. He electrified Addis Ababa, built railroads, telegraphed foreign leaders, and crushed an Italian army at the Battle of Adwa, becoming the first African ruler in modern times to decisively defeat a European colonial power. He was sharp, shrewd, devout, and prone to unexpected habits. One of them, allegedly, was biblical ingestion. When sick or distressed, Menelik reportedly tore pages from the Bible and ate them, convinced that the Word of God could cure the flesh. Not metaphorically, literally. Scriptures chewed into divine medicine. It's a practice so bizarre, it seems like satire. But in the cultural logic of Menelik's court, it wasn't lunacy, it was devotion embodied. In Ethiopian Orthodoxy, the Bible isn't just read. It's chanted, kissed, worn, carried, even danced. It's an object of power, not just meaning. For a ruler like Menelik, who saw his authority as divinely ordained, ingesting scripture may have been a final, desperate prayer, healing through communion with the holy text. Of course, it didn't work. Toward the end of his life, Menelik's health declined. He suffered strokes, became partially paralyzed. Power slipped from his hands, though not without resistance. He continued issuing decrees with his left hand. He tried to govern from bed. His ministers, fearing instability, slowly isolated him until the emperor became a prisoner in his own palace, chewing paper in solitude. He died in 1913, leaving behind a kingdom on the brink of transformation. Ethiopia would later become a flashpoint of resistance, icon of African independence, and symbolic center of the Rastafarian faith. Menelik's reign was the last breath of pre-modern imperial Ethiopia, and perhaps its most paradoxical. A king of steel rails and sacred books, a man who conquered with cannons and prayed with his teeth. And while he digested scripture, his successor would fill his palace with spotted predators, elegant, purring reminders that in some thrones, even pets must wear crowns. Haile Selassie and the cheetahs in the hallway. There's something unshakably cinematic about Haile Selassie, last emperor of Ethiopia, modernizer, messiah figure, wartime exile, and, most memorably for our purposes, a man who let pet cheetahs roam the palace like royal interns. It wasn't just a gimmick, it was a mood. Imagine arriving at the imperial court in Addis Ababa, expecting diplomats and formal receptions, and being greeted instead by a sleek, spotted predator lounging beside the throne, not caged, not leashed, just casually pacing, tail flicking against the silk curtains while the emperor of a 3000-year-old dynasty sipped tea and reviewed treaties. For Haile Selassie, this wasn't eccentricity, it was symmetry. Power recognized power. Selassie came to the throne in 1930, inheriting a nation perched between ancient legacy and modern geopolitics. He styled himself not only as emperor, but as the heir of King Solomon and the Queen of Sheba, spiritual royalty, political tactician, and living link between Africa and the Bible. The cheetahs then weren't just decoration. They were part of the myth-making. Swift, graceful, untamed yet loyal. The animal kingdom's version of a young, fiercely independent Ethiopia. He surrounded himself with symbols, silk robes, lion insignias, psalms woven into state protocol. His court blended African grandeur with European formalism. But beneath the gold thread and incense was a ruler walking a tightrope. Ethiopia was one of the few African nations to escape colonization. Italy, however, wasn't done trying. In 1935, Mussolini invaded. Selassie fought but ultimately fled, exiled to England. His cheetahs didn't follow, but his presence roared. In 1936, he addressed the League of Nations in Geneva, pleading with the world to intervene. His speech, translated and broadcast globally, became a warning about the dangers of fascism. No one listened. Not yet. Still, Selassie returned in 1941 with British support and reclaimed his throne, greeted by ecstatic crowds and, presumably, a new batch of palace cheetahs. His second reign was one of symbolic potency. To the West, he became a modern monarch. To Pan-Africanists, he was proof of black sovereignty. And to Rastafarians, he was divine. Yes, divine. The Rastafari movement, born in Jamaica, proclaimed him the Messiah returned, the Lion of Judah. Selassie never fully embraced or denied it. He acknowledged their reverence with polite bafflement and invited reggae emissaries to visit. One wonders what Bob Marley thought of the palace cats. But by the 1972nd, Ethiopia was cracking. Drought, famine, revolution. Selassie grew more detached, isolated in rituals and illusions of control. In 1974, he was overthrown by a Marxist junta. He died mysteriously the following year. Official cause, natural. Unofficial whispers, strangled. The cheetahs had long since vanished. Today, Haile Selassie exists as a paradox, a modernizer haunted by feudal ghosts, a god to some, a tyrant to others. And somewhere in that palace, behind the mirrors and shadows, the quiet echo of claws on marble. But if Selassie let cheetahs roam his halls, the next queen ruled through blood, fire, and ritual torment. Her pets weren't animals, they were ordeals, and few survived them. Ranavalona? Aye, and the Tangena trials of terror. If absolute power corrupts absolutely, then Queen Ranavalona, Eye of Madagascar, seemed to believe corruption was the price of divine order. Her reign, from 1828 to 1861, was a slow-burning fever dream of paranoia, ritual violence, and a singular commitment to keeping foreign influence out, even if it meant purging half her kingdom. Her methods were not subtle. The most infamous tool of her rule was the Tangena ordeal, a form of trial by poison so nightmarishly symbolic that it reads like dark folklore. Here's how it worked. A person accused of any crime, treason, theft, disrespect, witchcraft, failing to bow low enough was forced to consume a mixture of Tangena tree nuts, which induce violent vomiting, seizures, and death. Then, after ingesting this toxic brew, they had to swallow 3 pieces of chicken skin. If they vomited up all 3, they were deemed innocent. If not, guilty. If they died in the process, also guilty. This wasn't occasional. At one point, tens of thousands of people were dying annually from Tangana. It was institutionalized terror masquerading as divine judgment. In Ranavalona's court, the gods didn't whisper, they convulsed. But to understand her, you must understand her fear. She inherited a kingdom newly exposed to European missionaries, traders, and would-be colonizers. Christianity was spreading. Foreign advisors were embedding themselves into the state. Ranavalona saw this as cultural poison and responded with actual poison. She expelled the missionaries, executed converts, rejected treaties. Her rule became a fortress of isolationism, enforced not with diplomacy, but with gallows, boiling oil, and trials by toxin. She didn't just resist Western influence, she incinerated it. And yet, she wasn't merely a monster. Her reign preserved Madagascar's sovereignty in an era when nearly every other African nation fell under colonial rule. She modernized the military on her terms, maintained control over trade, and kept foreign powers guessing. Her cruelty was wrapped in strategy. Her paranoia, arguably, bought her people time. But the cost was catastrophic. The population plummeted. Entire villages vanished. The Queen's own court lived in terror, watching their words like landmines. If her gaze lingered too long, you prayed not for forgiveness, but for obscurity. Ranavalona ruled for 33 years. She died peacefully in bed. No rebellion, no foreign conquest, no final scream. Just silence, like a poison finally wearing off. And from silence, we shift to mourning. Not terror, not execution, but a king who shut down his kingdom in grief so complete, it warped the laws of agriculture, war, and time itself. Shaka Zulu and the warpath of grief. Power, in some hands, is measured by conquest. In Shaka Zulu's hands, it was also measured by mourning. When his mother Nandi died in 1827, the man who had forged the Zulu kingdom through blood and strategy unraveled grief, consuming governance, turning a warrior king into a prophet of despair. Shaka was already legendary. Born around 1787, he reshaped southern Africa with brutal efficiency. He revolutionized warfare, introducing short stabbing spears, ikwa, bullhorn formation tactics, and intense military regimentation. His rise wasn't just military, it was mythological. He carved the nation out of fear and fire. But Nandi was his axis, his reason. She had raised him in exile, whispered greatness into his ears when others saw only illegitimacy. She wasn't just his mother, she was his anchor. And when she died, Shaka broke the universe. He declared a national mourning period unlike any the region had seen. No crops were to be planted, no milk consumed, pregnant women were killed, cows were slaughtered. The entire kingdom ground to a halt under a death cult of royal sorrow. He forbade smiling, executed anyone deemed insufficiently devastated. Thousands died not because of war, but because the king demanded that time itself weep. This wasn't entirely without logic. In Zulu cosmology, ancestors held immense power. The death of a queen mother was a spiritual rupture. But Shaka's reaction wasn't cultural protocol, it was personal collapse amplified by absolute authority. His inner circle grew uneasy. His military commanders, once loyal, now feared his madness. Within a year, his half-brothers assassinated him, ending a reign that had been as transformative as it was terrifying. Shaka's legacy remains divisive. A unifier, a killer, a genius, a despot. His grief was too large for ritual, too wild for tradition. So he rewrote the rules in sorrow's name and was undone by it. Next comes a court where sorrow was never shown, where grief wore coral crowns, where spiritual armor shimmered brighter than tears and umbrellas meant power. The Obas of Benin and the Coral Kingdom. There's regal, and then there's Benin regal. Long before European colonizers stumbled wide-eyed into West Africa's coasts, the Kingdom of Benin had already perfected the art of courtly drama. And no one did it quite like the Obas, the divine kings whose heads didn't just wear crowns but became altars. This wasn't fashion, it was spiritual architecture. At the center of Benin's royal aesthetic was coral bright red beads, tubes, discs, and strands of it. Imported from the Mediterranean, these precious sea fossils were refashioned into regalia that turned monarchs into gods. The Oba's coral crown was so elaborate it often obscured most of his face. His neckpiece reached high enough to limit movement. The message was clear. He wasn't supposed to move. He wasn't supposed to speak casually. He was a symbol, not a man. Everything in the Benin court was structured around layers of symbolism and ritual. Umbrellas were not protection from the sun, they were emblems of authority. The bigger and brighter the umbrella, the higher the status. Chiefs had theirs, courtiers too. But only the Oba's umbrella could eclipse them all, its woven dome towering above the procession like a portable sky. Ceremonies were slow, deliberate, and ornate. Words were coded, gestures choreographed. The palace itself, made of carved ivory, mud walls, and intricate bronze plaques, became a living memory system. It didn't just house the king, it remembered for him. And then there were the heads. In Benin, bronze portrait heads of previous Obas were cast and placed on altars. But these weren't just memorials. They were believed to contain the actual presence of the dead king. Every new Oba communed with these heads, made offerings to them, and understood himself not as a man beginning a reign, but as a continuation of ancestral force. When British troops looted Benin in 1897, they took thousands of these bronzes, among the most stunning artworks of the African continent. They called them primitive before realizing they'd accidentally stolen one of the most sophisticated visual histories ever created. Many still sit in museums across Europe, their silent stares indicting every thief who mistook art for spoils. But back before colonizers carried coral and bronze away, another West African kingdom had its own courtly flair, except there the army wore skirts, shaved their heads, and trained to kill like thunder. They called them the Amazons. The world would never forget them. The Amazons of Dahomey and the Daughters of War. To rule Dahomey was to wield fear like a scepter. But to serve Dahomey, that meant transforming your body into a weapon. No unit embodied this more than the Yagoji, an elite all-female military corps that Europeans, in their usual mix of admiration and exoticism, dubbed the Dahomey Amazons. This wasn't symbolic feminism. This was full-contact imperial violence. These women weren't palace guards. They were frontline warriors, trained from girlhood to kill, to endure pain, to march barefoot over thorny ground without a flinch. They slept in barracks, abstained from marriage, and lived by brutal codes of discipline. When they weren't at war, they patrolled the capital of Abomey like a shadow government with spears. Legend has it they filed their teeth into points, carried straight razors in their waistbands, executed enemies and traitors without hesitation. One training drill involved scaling thorned walls or decapitating prisoners in a single stroke. This wasn't about spectacle, it was about efficiency, speed, power. But they were also women who defied every gender role their enemies projected onto them. European soldiers who encountered them during the Franco-Dahomean Wars were shocked. These weren't decorative fighters. They were relentless. They fought hand to hand. They screamed war chants and advanced through musket fire. Some accounts describe them as possessed. Others, more honestly, just describe them as better soldiers. King Gezo, who expanded the unit in the early 19th century, saw them as more than military muscle. They were his political insurance. The Agoji answered only to the king. That made them useful during succession disputes, internal revolts, and civil tensions. And it made them dangerous to everyone else. In a world where most royal courts adorned their women and protected their warriors, Dahomey fused the two. The result? A kingdom where femininity wasn't passive. It was armed. Eventually, the French conquered Dahomey. The Amazons were disbanded. Many were killed in battle. A few survived, living into the 20th century. When asked how it felt to have once been a warrior, one elderly Agoji reportedly smiled and said, "We did not feel, we killed." After that, the wars ended. But the fire didn't tine. It moved northeast, where a king in royal robes couldn't keep his hands off the silverware. King Farouk and the kleptomaniac of Cairo. Imagine ruling Egypt and being more famous for pocketing someone else's dessert spoon than for passing laws. That was King Farouk I, monarch by bloodline, magpie by instinct, a man who governed with his hands in other people's pockets, sometimes literally. Born in 1920 and crowned at 16, Farouk inherited a country crumbling beneath colonial pressure and palace intrigue. But instead of modernizing the monarchy or navigating the minefield of 20th century nationalism, he leaned into his favorite hobby, stealing stuff. Not conquering, not annexing, just stealing. Ashtrays from hotels, pocket watches off dining tables, a ceremonial sword from a diplomatic event. Even Winston Churchill's gold pocket watch allegedly went missing after a royal visit. It wasn't about need. Farouk was obscenely rich. It was about compulsion, an urge. His personal collection of stolen knickknacks allegedly included rare coins, jewelry, car badges, even a pocket-sized camera lifted from a dinner guest. His mind worked like a royal crow. See, want, swipe. He was obsessed with food, with gadgets, with women. At one point, his personal wardrobe contained over 1,000 tailored suits. He reportedly weighed over 300 pounds in his later years, even as Egypt's economy floundered. In public, he was regal. In private, he was shoveling caviar and tracking gossip. But his kleptomania wasn't charming forever. The people noticed. The army noticed. By 1952, the Free Officers movement had had enough. Led by General Naguib and a rising young colonel named Gamal Abdel Nasser, the military staged a coup. Farouk abdicated and fled into exile, taking his compulsions and reportedly more royal cutlery with him. He died in Italy in 1965. Fittingly, he collapsed at a restaurant table. King Farouk was, in the end, a tragicomic figure. A man with immense power who reduced himself to a punchline. The monarch who couldn't help but steal. Next came another who couldn't help but drink. Not champagne, but a bath. Not in gold, but in tragedy. Because when tile and wine meet, thrones tend to slip. Selim II and the slippery end of a sultan. If the Ottoman Empire had a golden age, Selim II arrived just in time to pour wine on it. The son of the legendary Suleiman the Magnificent, Selim inherited a realm that spanned 3 continents, boasted a navy that ruled the Mediterranean, and held courts that could rival the splendor of Versailles. And yet, all anyone really remembers about Selim is how he died, allegedly slipping in a hammam Ottoman bathhouse while drunk, cracking his skull on the tile. A sultan brought low not by rebellion or war, but by slippery marble and poor balance. It wasn't entirely out of character. Selim had never really wanted to be sultan. He preferred poetry, wine, and music to military campaigns or diplomatic chess. Before ascending the throne, he'd already developed a reputation for indulgence, especially alcohol. Once in power, his appetites expanded. He was known as Selim the Sot, and while some of that was likely court gossip amplified by disappointed bureaucrats and overachieving historians, the nickname wasn't completely unfair. He delegated heavily to his Grand Viziers, particularly Sokolu Mehmed Pasha, a genius administrator who basically ran the empire while Selim stumbled through palace life like a man looking for the next glass of raki. Under Sokolu's hand, the empire didn't collapse. In fact, it continued to grow. But Selim was more mascot than monarch. Still, he did have ambitions mostly personal. One of his greatest obsessions was capturing Cyprus from the Venetians, which he eventually did in 1571. Why Cyprus? According to legend, Selim had developed a taste for the island's wine, particularly a sweet variety from the Commanderia region, and wanted direct access to it. Whether this is true or just poetic slander is unclear. What is clear is that the Ottoman navy attacked, conquered the island, and sparked a larger conflict with Europe. That conflict culminated in the Battle of Lepanto, where the Holy League, an alliance of Christian states, dealt the Ottoman fleet a serious defeat. It was a turning point, but not the collapse it's often dramatized as. Still, it showed what happened when imperial momentum collided with naval cannons and aging leadership. Selim didn't live long enough to see the full aftermath. In 1574, just 8 years into his reign, he reportedly slipped and fell in his bath while drunk. Death came not with a dagger, but with a wet floor. His legacy is complicated. Some paint him as a decadent fool. Others argue he was a poet king caught in the machinery of empire. Either way, the story that sticks is the fall. 1 minute, Sultan. The next, a cautionary tale for bathhouse signage. From slippery sultans we pivot to visionary ones because the next ruler didn't stumble through dreams. He claimed he saw them. And what he dreamed became destiny. Usman dan Fodio and the caliph who dreamed a nation. Most kings inherit kingdoms. Usman dan Fodio dreamed his into being. Born in 1754 inch what is now northern Nigeria, Usman wasn't a king in the traditional sense. He was a scholar, a preacher, a reformer, and eventually a revolutionary whose visions, literal ones, fueled one of the largest Islamic empires in West Africa, the Sokoto Caliphate. It began with words. Usman was a Fulani cleric, steeped in Islamic jurisprudence and deeply disillusioned with the local rulers of Hausaland. He saw corruption, syncretism, and injustice among the Muslim elite kings who claimed Islam but lived like despots. His sermons were fiery, his followers grew, and then came the dreams. Usman claimed to receive divine visions, messages from the Prophet Muhammad, instructions from angels, signs in the night. These weren't abstract hallucinations, they were directives. Specific, actionable, political. And people believed him, not just because he was charismatic, but because he offered something rare, a moral order in an age of chaos. In 1804, he launched a jihad, not in the modern misunderstood sense, but in the classical meaning, a campaign of religious and political renewal. His forces toppled local rulers and replaced them with a caliphate governed by Islamic law. The Sokoto Caliphate expanded rapidly, stretching across modern-day Nigeria, Niger, Cameroon, and beyond. But Usman wasn't just a conqueror. He was an intellectual. He wrote prolifically books, treatises, poetry. He emphasized education, especially for women. His daughter, Nana Asma'u, became one of the most celebrated female scholars in Islamic history. The Sokoto court was filled with debate, learning, legal argument. It was a theocracy, yes, but one unusually rooted in text and ethics, not just power. And always, those dreams lingered. Usman didn't just rule by logic, he ruled by revelation. That gave him a kind of mystique no sword could match. His authority felt preordained. Eventually, he retired from direct rule, handing the reins to his son while continuing to write and advise. He died in 1817, not on a battlefield, but in contemplation, a scholar to the end. The Sokoto Caliphate would last until the colonial incursions of the late 19th century, but its intellectual and religious influence remains. Usman's visions shaped a region's identity, proof that sometimes belief can be a blueprint. And from dreams to shadows, because in the next royal court, authority wasn't signaled by visions or violence, but by umbrellas, big ones, sacred ones. Welcome to Ghana, the Ashanti and the shade of sovereignty. In the Ashanti Empire, kings didn't just rule, they cast shade. Literal shade. Huge umbrellas, sewn with gold thread and embroidered with ancestral symbols, followed rulers everywhere they went. To walk beneath one was to be more than mortal. These weren't fashion accessories. They were sovereign canopies, portable thrones, divine halos made of cloth and ribs. The Ashanti didn't build pyramids or marble palaces. They built systems, socio-political frameworks that turned clans into councils, kings into caretakers, and warfare into theatre. At the centre of it all stood the Asantehene, the king of kings, whose every public appearance was choreographed to the beat of drum language and wrapped in layers of gold. Gold was everywhere, in ornaments, in stools, in swords. But the umbrellas? They were the real eye-catchers. Each one told a story. Its pattern, its shape, even its flutter in the wind could convey meaning. To hold the umbrella was an honor. To design one was a spiritual calling. To defy one? Unthinkable. The golden stool, not the crown, symbolized ultimate authority in Ashanti culture. Said to have descended from the sky, it held the soul of the nation. No one, not even the king, was allowed to sit on it. But the umbrellas. Those followed you, shielded you, announced you, and they didn't whisper. Ceremonies were epic. The Odwira festival, the Adaye rites, thousands gathered, chiefs paraded, histories were recited through drums and songs. And at the heart of it all, under the largest umbrella, sat the Asantehene, silent, gold-clad, immovable. When the British arrived, they underestimated it all. They saw pomp where there was power. In 1900, when they demanded the golden stool be handed over, the Ashanti Queen Mother, Ya Asantewa, led a revolt. Her warriors fought with iron and fury. They didn't win, but they didn't surrender their soul either. The stool was hidden, protected, revered. Today, the Ashanti royal court still exists. Ceremonial, but potent. And those umbrellas still spread wide, casting shade, not just against the sun, but against forgetting. But now, let's move from golden umbrellas to feathered gods, because our next emperor had a zoo that could scare conquistadors and a gaze that saw birds as omens. Moctezuma II and the Zoo of Divine Terror. The court of Moctezuma II was a place where beasts breathed religion, birds echoed the gods, and every feather had a pulse behind it. To the Spanish, it looked like spectacle. To the Mexica, it was cosmology in motion. And in the middle of it all stood the emperor obsessed with order, symmetry, and a private menagerie that outdid any Renaissance curiosity cabinet. Long before Cortez ever crossed an ocean, Tenochtitlan thrived as one of the most sophisticated cities on earth. Floating gardens, precise canals, towers that mirrored the mountains, Moctezuma's capital didn't need the old world to teach its splendor. And within its imperial heart, he constructed a living, breathing microcosm of the universe, the Royal Zoo. Not a quaint exhibit, a pulsing, dangerous archive of divine animals, jaguars, pumas, crocodiles, eagles, serpents, monkeys, and hundreds of birds, some so vividly plumed they looked like fire had chosen to settle in feathers. Moctezuma believed these animals were not just creatures but avatars, spirits and signs, embodiments of divine cycles. It wasn't just for show. The zoo had priests and caretakers. There were omens read in the behavior of birds. The screams of jaguars meant something. Deaths among the animals were interpreted like eclipses. It was part zoology, part sacred bureaucracy, and it terrified the conquistadors. When Hernán Cortés arrived in 1519, he walked into the city and into a hallucination. Moctezuma met him with gifts, rituals, distance. The zoo was among the things Cortés visited and described with awe. He wrote of the cages, the scales, the beauty, but also of the horror. Some sources suggest there were human keepers, dwarfs, albinos, the physically deformed housed like curiosities themselves. Whether that was exaggeration or projection, no one can say. But the narrative stuck. Moctezuma kept a court of the unnatural. Still, for all his obsession with control, Moctezuma couldn't read the final omen. He welcomed the Spaniards, called them gods, played host while they mapped his downfall. By the time he realized they weren't divine, it was too late. He died stone to the head or blade to the back, depending on who's lying hardest. The zoo was ransacked, the animals killed or set loose. The symmetry shattered, and yet the image remains. A ruler who tried to hold the natural and supernatural together in a single place and watched it slip through claw and claw. From taloned omens, we turn to something softer. A culture that revered not the predator, but the woven cloth. Because the next empire kept its gods in closets. The Inca emperors and the sacred wardrobe. Most rulers have closets. The Inca emperors had pantheons. In the imperial city of Cusco, high in the Andes, the ruling Sapa Inca didn't just wear clothes, he consecrated them. Every tunic, every sandal, every golden thread was holy. And once worn just once, it was never worn again. Instead, it was stored. These weren't just outfits, they were reliquaries. Garments infused with kamasca, a spiritual power imbued by the emperor's body. Once he wore it, it became sacred. You couldn't wash it. You couldn't alter it. You certainly couldn't pass it down. It was as if the emperor shed pieces of divine skin, and they had to be preserved in eternal reverence. Thousands of these garments filled the palace storerooms. Some were made of vicuña wool, so fine it was reserved for royalty. Others glistened with gold thread or tiny coloured beads. Patterns weren't decoration, they were language, a geometric code that told stories, marked status, carried power. This extended to mummies. Dead emperors weren't just entombed, they were kept, cared for, brought out for festivals, dressed in new clothes, given food, even consulted on state matters. A sort of undead royal board of advisors. Their wardrobes continued to grow. A dead Inca might own more clothes than most living ones. It all stemmed from the Incan view of life and death. Cyclical, sacred, overlapping. The emperor was divine not because he claimed it, but because he was of it descended from Inti, the sun god. His garments captured a fragment of that radiance. His breath made fabric holy. When the Spanish arrived, they destroyed much of this, burned the mummies, melted the gold, took the tunics apart, and sold the beads. To them, it was just wealth, just superstition, just another thing to loot. But what they missed was the scale. The Inca didn't build cathedrals of stone. They built them of cloth. It wasn't about decadence. It was about eternity. And while the Incas stored their monarchs in linen archives, the next king ruled across an ocean and carved his laws with paddles, not pens. Kamehameha and the law of the splintered paddle. Sometimes the strangest royal story is one of mercy. Or, more accurately, one born of pain so sharp it leaves a moral. Kamehameha, founder of the Kingdom of Hawaii. He wasn't known for gentleness. A warrior chief who united the Hawaiian Islands through brutal battles and political strategy, he was revered and feared. But one day, while chasing a pair of fishermen who'd violated royal protocol, he found himself vulnerable. The details vary, as all good legends do, but the heart of the story is this. Kamehameha became entangled either by foot or canoe in rough lava rock. One of the fleeing fishermen turned, took his paddle, and cracked it over the future king's head. Kamehameha survived. The fisherman fled. But years later, when Kamehameha was king, he remembered that moment. Instead of vengeance, he issued one of Hawaii's most profound edicts, Kanawai Mamalahoi, the law of the splintered paddle. It declared that all people, especially the weak, the old, and the defenseless, had the right to lie by the roadside in safety, free from harm by warriors or royalty. In essence, mercy by royal decree. This wasn't performative. The law was enforced. Warriors could be punished for violating it. It marked a shift in how power was exercised, not just with spears, but with restraint. It recognized that the throne's legitimacy didn't come from fear, but from justice. The law remains etched in Hawaii's modern constitution, a remnant of monarchy that evolved into democracy. Proof that sometimes the most bizarre royal stories aren't about excess, but about unexpected humanity. Of course, not all royalty took that path. Because in the next kingdom, mercy wasn't the message, divinity was, and in the presence of sacred kings, even eye contact could be a crime. The sacred kings of Tonga and the backwards crawl. Power often demands deference, but in Tonga, deference was practically acrobatic. For centuries, commoners weren't merely expected to respect their sacred kings, they were expected to crawl for them, backwards, on all fours, heads lowered, eyes averted, bodies literally dragged by devotion. This was not symbolic, it was enforced. In traditional Tongan society, the monarch known as the Tui Tonga was no mere ruler. He was a divine embodiment, a living link between mortals and the gods. His presence wasn't just spiritually significant, it was cosmologically volatile, too sacred to touch, too radiant to behold. Approaching him improperly could risk contaminating the balance between heaven and earth, or worse, disrespecting it. Hence the crawl. If you were summoned, you didn't walk into his presence. You dropped to your knees and crawled backwards, never turning your back to the monarch, never daring to raise your head. Some reports even suggest that commoners went to absurd lengths to avoid casting a shadow across the king's path. The message was clear. In Tonga, even your shadow knew its place. And this wasn't just about theatrical submission. It was deeply woven into the structure of Tongan society, where class hierarchy, kinship, and divine legitimacy blurred together. The sacred kings held immense spiritual mana power that was both political and metaphysical. That power had to be contained, controlled, approached with the utmost care, lest it destroy what it ruled. Ironically, as the centuries passed, the position of the Tui Tonga declined in actual power, replaced by more secular rulers like the Tui Kanokupolu. But the reverence remained. The rituals, the taboos, the crawling they stuck, because power that begins as myth doesn't vanish when the titles change. It lingers in posture, in protocol, in the memory of knees against volcanic earth. Today, Tonga is a constitutional monarchy. The sacred crawling has faded into history, but echoes of that reverence remain in ceremonial gestures and inherited taboos. The ghosts of divine authority still loom, though now they're more likely to haunt state dinners than decree from thrones. And while Tongan kings demanded crawling, their Polynesian cousins took a different route. They didn't sanctify posture, they sanctified feathers, the feathered capes of Tahitian royalty. Imagine wearing a sunset. Now imagine that sunset cost a forest full of birds. In the high chiefdoms of Tahiti and the broader Society Islands, royalty didn't just look regal, they radiated it, quite literally, thanks to cloaks and capes made entirely of brilliantly coloured feathers. These weren't accessories, they were declarations. Living canvases stitched together from the plumes of thousands of birds worn by those whose bloodlines touched the gods. Each feathered cape, called a ahu'ula in neighbouring Hawaiian culture, with similar names and concepts in Tahiti, was a sacred object. Not because it was rare, though it was, but because it was alive with mana. Every feather had to be handled with spiritual care. Every pattern, every colour, every arc was designed not just for visual beauty, but to signal the wearer's rank, lineage, and divine favour. Yellow and red were the most precious hues. Yellow feathers came from birds like the olfa and mamo species, so valued they were hunted sparingly. Catchers would pluck just a few feathers before releasing the bird, allowing it to regrow. Over time, this became ritualized. Entire guilds of feather collectors formed, bound by taboo and tradition, sworn to serve the royal lineage by gathering the divine plumage. The cloaks could stretch from shoulders to the floor, shimmering like mobile flames when worn in motion. Chiefs wore them during battles, ceremonies, negotiations, anywhere their presence needed to eclipse the ordinary. Capes were passed down, augmented, reblessed. They weren't fashion. They were spiritual armour. Of course, the arrival of Europeans changed everything. Missionaries dismissed the capes as pagan vanity. Colonizers sought the feathers as exotic trophies. Birds were hunted to extinction. Some cloaks ended up in museums. Others vanished into private collections. But the imagery endures. The idea of the king or queen as a glowing being, wrapped in the colours of dawn and blood, still burns in cultural memory. And as the Tahitian royals shimmered in avian opulence, their neighbours to the south took a different approach. There, the body, especially the head, wasn't just sacred, it was tapu. And violating it could start a war. The tapu of Maori chiefs and the politics of hair. If royalty in Europe was crowned by ceremony, in Maori culture, it was crowned by aura, specifically tapu, a complex spiritual force that rendered certain people, places, and even objects untouchable. And nothing radiated tapu more fiercely than the head of a high-ranking Maori chief. This wasn't just metaphorical. The head was literally the most sacred part of the body. It radiated mana, personal power, inherited prestige, divine essence. To touch it without permission was an offence so grave it could spark violence. Even placing food above a chief's head was considered defiling. The rules were precise, and they were non-negotiable. In practice, this made hairstyles a geopolitical concern. Chiefs often wore elaborate topknots, feathers, bone combs, and carved adornments, all sanctified by tapu. Certain haircuts marked tribe, status, or war readiness. And barbers? They weren't casual stylists. They were trained specialists, often operating under intense ritual constraint. The hair they cut was collected with care, buried or stored. Why? Because leaving it lying around could allow enemies to harness the chief's mana through sorcery. Even in death, a chief's head retained sacred power. Maori mummified heads, known as mokomokai, preserved the facial tattoos, moko and hair of fallen leaders. These were not trophies, they were ancestors. Carried into battle or placed in sacred shrines, they were reminders of lineage, authority, and spiritual gravity. But Europeans misunderstood everything. To early colonists and traders, the mokomokai were grotesque novelties. They began trading for them, selling them, encouraging their production. Chiefs' heads became currency. Some Maori, seeing opportunity or manipulation, began creating fakes or trafficking real ones. A sacred tradition became a colonial market. The tapu was desecrated. Only centuries later did efforts begin to recover and repatriate these stolen heads. Museums around the world began returning mokomokai to New Zealand, where they are now handled with immense cultural reverence, restored, reburied, honoured. But the memory lingers of hair as heritage, of tapu as power, of a world where the mere location of your head could alter the fate of a tribe. And if the Maori sanctified hair, the French had a king who preferred whispering to saints in peasant clothes slipping away from power just to pray in secret. Louis XI and the Pilgrim King in peasant disguise. If you saw a hunched, sallow-faced man muttering to saints in a chapel corner, dressed in threadbare robes and muttering to himself in a mix of Latin and desperation, you might mistake him for a superstitious peasant. You'd be wrong. You'd be looking at Louis XI of France, a king who ruled like a spider, whispered like a monk, and occasionally slipped out of the palace to go on secret pilgrimages, dressed as the very people he taxed. Louis XI, crowned in 1461, was not the image of a chivalric monarch. No gleaming armour, no glorious battles. Instead, he ruled like a paranoid accountant with a flair for divine bargaining. He trusted no one, not his nobles, not his family, certainly not his own advisors. His court became a surveillance state draped in crucifixes. But Louis had a personal ritual that puzzled and sometimes disturbed his contemporaries. He would leave the palace, disguised as a common man, and wander the countryside on private pilgrimages. Alone, in rags, sometimes barefoot, sometimes fasting, always mumbling to saints. He was particularly fond of Saint Fiacre, the patron saint of hemorrhoids, which tells you something uncomfortably intimate about the king's physical state. But more than that, he made deals with the divine. Louis wasn't just pious, he was transactional about it. He left lavish offerings at shrines, paid for masses, funded monastic orders, all to secure what he could never buy at court, protection from fate. Because deep down, Louis feared judgment, earthly or otherwise. He kept relics in every room, bones, cloth, crosses. His royal seal bore an image of the Virgin Mary. He wore religious medals like armour, and when illness struck, he retreated to his private fortress in Plessis-les-Tours, surrounding himself with astrologers, monks, and apothecaries, as if salvation could be summoned through sheer density of superstition. He built chapels like others built towers. One chronicler described him as living more like a hermit than a king. But Louis was no soft ascetic. Behind the prayers and the disguises was a ruthless strategist. He broke the power of the great nobles, centralized authority, and laid the groundwork for the absolute monarchy that would flourish in later centuries. His enemies called him a spider, always weaving, always waiting. Still, the image that remains is the king in rags, tiptoeing through holy sites, whispering bargains to plaster saints. And if Louis tried to pray his way through kingship, the next emperor tried something even more uncomfortable, sleeping in steel, in case death came knocking at bedtime. Maximilian I and the armour-clad insomniac. There's over-prepared. And then there's Maximilian I of the Holy Roman Empire, the man who allegedly slept in full armour just in case. In case of what, exactly? Intruders? Ghosts? Assassins? Nightmares? Whatever the threat, Maximilian met it head-on, breastplate first. Born in 1459, Maximilian was a peculiar combination of Renaissance man and medieval relic. He loved poetry, commissioned elaborate art, dabbled in science, and yet he also lived like a character from a ballad obsessed with knightly virtue, duels, pageantry, and the heavy clang of iron. He didn't just wear armor, he mythologized it. Maximilian revolutionized armor design, introducing rounded Gothic curves that deflected blows more efficiently. He even dabbled in Maximilian armor, a style so associated with his taste that it bears his name. His court was a fashion show of plate mail, but sleeping in it? That was something else. According to chroniclers, Maximilian occasionally bedded down in partial armor, greaves, gauntlets, maybe even a helmet nearby, not out of theatrical flair, but out of readiness. He believed kings should be prepared to die at any hour, even in dreams. It was less about defense and more about control, about never appearing weak, even while unconscious. It fit the man. Maximilian lived in the margins between eras. He wanted to be seen as the last true knight and the first modern ruler. He commissioned mechanical inventions, romanticized jousts, and drafted family trees like battle maps. He once tried to fund an expedition by issuing life annuities, an early form of bond, effectively inventing sovereign debt, a knight with a banker's mind. But he also suffered from chronic health issues. His body betrayed him, often gout, injuries, exhaustion. Perhaps the armor wasn't just for show. Perhaps it was his exoskeleton, his second skin, a prison and a protection. Despite his dreams of greatness, Maximilian's empire was more potential than actual. His greatest legacy was dynastic, arranging marriages that would give rise to the Habsburg juggernaut. "Let others wage war," the family motto would later read. "You, lucky Austria, marry." Maximilian died in 1519, reportedly with a hair shirt beneath his robes, and his coffin designed to display him with ropes and iron spikes, a final act of penitence. Even in death, the armor remained. And if Maximilian wore steel to bed, the next Tsar brought bears to court, not metaphorically, not as a symbol, as literal growling, hairy courtiers. Ivan the Terrible and the bear-backed temper. There's a fine line between eccentricity and reign of terror. Ivan IV of Russia didn't just cross it, he burned it into the snow, with firebrands, poison, and, occasionally, live bears. Crowned in 1547 as the first Tsar of all Russia, Ivan the Terrible didn't start that way. He was brilliant, poetic, pious. He built churches, wrote sermons, corresponded with philosophers. But somewhere between the betrayal of his boyars and the deaths of everyone he trusted, Ivan broke. And when he did, the court got dangerous. Fast. Ivan was a man of brutal mood swings. One day, lavish rewards. The next, executions by the dozen. His paranoia grew so feverish he created the Oprichnina, a secret police state within the state, complete with black-robed horsemen who carried dog heads on their saddles to sniff out treason. They didn't just kill, they performed it. And then came the bears. Multiple accounts describe Ivan keeping bears at court not caged, but occasionally unleashed, not for pets, but for punishments. Disloyal courtiers or poor entertainers might find themselves mauled, allegedly at Ivan's command. In one tale, he forced a noble to run through the halls, pursued by a bear, while the Tsar laughed hysterically. Dark humor, Russian edition. But the bears weren't the worst of it. Ivan tortured priests, ordered massacres, may or may not have murdered his own son in a fit of rage. He had handlers, people whose job was simply to placate him, calm him, redirect his fury. When that failed, cities burned. Yet, despite it all, Ivan was deeply religious. He wept in church. He prayed obsessively. He saw his madness as divine burden. In his mind, he wasn't cruel. He was cleansing Russia of sin, one swing of the scepter at a time. He died playing chess. Today, Ivan remains a contradiction. Father of a centralized Russia and architect of psychological horror, a genius in a crown of spikes, a worshipper who brought beasts to court. And if you think he was unhinged, wait until you meet his grandson by marriage, a man-child who played with toy soldiers while worshipping a foreign king, Peter III and the Prussian fanboy Tsar. If loyalty were a drug, Peter III of Russia was over-medicated. Born in 1728, Peter was technically German, Prussian by culture, and accidentally Russian by inheritance. He was yanked out of a small duchy, planted on the throne of the world's largest empire, and expected to rule like an autocrat. Instead, he ruled like a fanboy, not of God, not of Russia, but of Frederick the Great of Prussia, his idol, role model, and borderline obsession. Peter's devotion to Frederick II bordered on religious mania. He dressed in Prussian uniforms, drilled his guards in Prussian formations. He even tried to replace Russia's standard-issue military garb with Prussian styles, which would have been only mildly embarrassing if he hadn't also played war games indoors with literal toy soldiers. According to palace accounts, Peter would stage elaborate mock battles across his chambers, barking orders at wooden troops, rearranging regiments for hours while ignoring actual state affairs. Court officials were often left waiting, policies unsigned, as the emperor adjusted the angle of a miniature cannon. This wasn't strategy, it was obsession masquerading as governance. He ascended to the throne in 1762 and lasted precisely 186 days. Why? Because his most significant political move was unilaterally pulling Russia out of the 7 Years' War just as they were about to defeat his beloved Prussia. He declared peace, returned captured territories, and offered friendship to Frederick on a silver platter. Frederick was thrilled, Russia less so. It wasn't just unpatriotic, it was bizarre. Peter wasn't governing Russia, he was cosplaying as a Prussian officer with a nation as his accessory. The boyars, the clergy, and even the military found it insulting. But no one was more insulted or more dangerous than his wife, Catherine. Catherine, future empress, future Enlightenment icon, was already watching Peter's antics with an eyebrow raised and a coup in the works. She saw what everyone else saw, a man out of his depth, out of his mind, and out of time. When the moment came, she moved fast. Peter was arrested. He was forced to abdicate. A few days later, he was dead. Officially, it was colic. Unofficially, it was strangulation. And with that, Catherine the Great took the throne. Peter's wooden soldiers were boxed up, his Prussian dreams exiled with his corpse. From one ruler trapped in fantasy, we now move to another one, obsessed not with military perfection, but with physical perfection. A woman who measured her waist like it held state secrets, and whose beauty regime could have fueled an entire industry of neuroses. Empress Elizabeth, Sisi, and the tyranny of the mirror. To the outside world, Empress Elizabeth of Austria Sisi was a fairy tale, towering hair, impossibly slim waist, a mythic presence drifting through the Habsburg court like a perfume-scented spectre. But inside that porcelain shell was a woman at war with time, with beauty, with her own flesh. Born in 1837, Sisi was never meant to be empress. She married young, swept off her feet by Emperor Franz Joseph I, and plunged into one of Europe's most suffocating royal courts. The Hofburg wasn't a palace, it was a cage of etiquette and embroidered repression, so Sisi escaped the only way she knew how: inward, into obsession, into control. Her waist? Obsessed over, measured daily, maintained at an impossible 19 inches well into her 32nd. She wore corsets so tight her maids reportedly had to help her breathe. She kept scales in her room and diaries filled with numbers, pounds, inches, calories. Her meals? Often skipped. Her favourites? Rare beef juice, raw milk, and egg whites, not entrees. Elixirs. Exercise became ritual. Hours of walking, horseback riding, gymnastics. She had a gym installed in her palace, complete with rings and bars. She used them daily, swinging like a royal gymnast, determined to outpace the decay of time. But it wasn't vanity. It was armour. Sisi had lost control of her role, her children, her husband, and her political influence. The only thing she could govern? Her body. And so she did, ruthlessly. Her hair alone was a national obsession, nearly floor-length, dark, and heavy. It took hours to wash and style. During grooming sessions, she reportedly forbade conversation. Hair care was sacred. If any strands fell out, they were presented to her on a silver tray. She rarely posed for portraits after a certain age, refusing to let time carve its story onto her image. She also travelled obsessively, slipping through Europe like a restless shadow, staying in guest houses, writing poetry, avoiding court functions. The Empress of the Austro-Hungarian Empire became a kind of royal ghost, visible only in myth, rarely in flesh. Her death was as poetic as it was brutal. In 1898, an anarchist stabbed her with a sharpened file while she walked along the promenade in Geneva. She didn't realize she was mortally wounded until she collapsed. The world mourned the death of a beauty. But the tragedy had long been underway, slowly, measured, and starved into silence. And while Sisi's self-control could have bent steel, the next king tried to break science itself, one coffee bean at a time. Gustav III and the Great Coffee Experiment. Sweden in the 18th century wasn't just a land of cold mornings, it was a land of hot debates over what, exactly, people should be putting in their mouths. Enter King Gustav III, enlightened monarch, theatre lover, self-declared intellectual, and committed caffeine skeptic. The man hated coffee. Not because he didn't like the taste, he might not have even tried it, but because he believed, quite sincerely, that it was dangerous. Not just for the stomach, for society. It encouraged vice. It stirred rebellion. It had become far too popular among the unruly middle classes. Rather than outlaw it outright, Gustav III took a more scientific route, a public health experiment, with human test subjects and royal flair. He located two identical twins who had been sentenced to death. Then, in a moment of bizarre clemency, he commuted their sentences on one condition: they would serve as the centerpiece of a medical trial. One twin was ordered to drink 3 pots of coffee every day. The other, tea. Identical genes, controlled environment, one stimulant versus another. In theory, the perfect clinical trial. In practice, a mad monarch's pet project. Doctors were assigned to monitor the twins' health. Reports were taken. Years passed. Gustav expected the coffee drinker to drop dead first. He didn't then. Then he expected illness. None came. The experiment dragged on. Then Gustav III was assassinated at a masked ball. The doctors died. The court moved on. And the twins? According to legend, the tea drinker died first. The coffee twin reportedly lived to over 80. The king never got his result, but the punchline endures. The world's first controlled coffee trial was run by a king who didn't survive his own hypothesis. Whether the details are exaggerated or not, the point remains. Gustav III tried to banish coffee with science and got outlived by the brew. From caffeine paranoia, we now turn to something even more toxic, literal poison, served not in a mug but under the garnish of diplomatic betrayal. A salad that killed peace. Eric XIV and the salad of death. Dinner with a king should be the safest meal of your life. Unless, of course, that king is Eric XIV of Sweden. Then your salad might come with a side of arsenic and some cold-blooded paranoia. Eric XIV reigned from 1560 to 1568, and let's be clear, it started out well enough. He was a promising intellectual, unusually well-read for a monarch of his day, fluent in Latin, curious about astronomy, and eager to elevate Sweden to the level of the great European powers. But a brilliant mind, unmoored, can slip into madness faster than a guest slips a fork into a salad, and Eric's mind, like his dinner parties, got dark fast. The defining incident of his descent comes gift-wrapped in the perfect dish, a bowl of salad served to a guest who thought he was attending a diplomatic peace dinner. The guest in question was Göran Persson, a former rival turned uneasy associate, or possibly Nils Sture, a noble from the powerful Sture family. Depending on which account you read though, Eric had developed a tendency to see treasonous intent in every noble's gaze, particularly anyone with a more distinguished family name or cleaner fingernails. The king invited the man to dinner, smiled politely, made awkward small talk, and then mid-salad had him arrested. Or executed, or both. In one account, the salad itself was poisoned. In another, it was merely a decoy, a calm before the royal storm. Regardless, the outcome was the same. The dinner ended with blood, not dessert. This wasn't an isolated event. Eric's paranoia spiraled into regular purges of the nobility, including the infamous Sture murders in 1567. He personally stabbed Nils Sture, yes, during an interrogation, then allegedly went into a fugue state and had to be restrained. Some say he wandered the countryside in a daze afterward, racked with guilt or madness or both. His courtiers began to fear his moods more than foreign threats. You could be promoted in the morning and strangled by nightfall. He alternated between bursts of generosity and fits of absolute rage. Ministers were dismissed, tortured, executed. The kingdom became a chessboard with half the pieces missing and the king playing by rules no one else understood. Eventually, his half-brother John, calmer, more political, staged a coup. Eric was deposed, imprisoned, and ultimately poisoned while under guard. A king who once weaponized the salad met his end through his own methods. But Eric left a legacy not of peace or progress, but of paranoia in brocade. His reign reads like a cautionary tale. The moment brilliance crosses into delusion, even a salad can be fatal. Now, from a king whose mental fog led to murder, we move to one who vanished into the fog literally. A disappearance so haunting, it became a national ghost story. King Sebastian of Portugal and the fog of immortality. King Sebastian of Portugal was many things. Young, idealistic, devout, untested. But above all, he became a myth. Because when he rode off into battle at the age of 24 and disappeared into the Moroccan fog his body never found, he didn't just vanish. He ascended into folklore. Born in 1554 and crowned in 1557 yes as a toddler, Sebastian was raised under the shadow of destiny. His tutors filled his ears with tales of crusades and holy missions. He was told he was chosen, that God had plans for him, that he'd be the one to restore Christian glory across North Africa. It was a heavy script to follow, especially for someone who'd never seen a battlefield. But Sebastian believed it. He trained obsessively, surrounded himself with knights and advisors who echoed his delusions of grandeur, and refused to marry, so focused was he on divine conquest. By 1578, he'd had enough of waiting. Against all advice, he led a disastrous expedition into Morocco to support a deposed ally and strike a blow against the Muslim Saadi dynasty. The battle known as the Battle of Alcácer Quibir was a complete catastrophe. Sebastian's army was outnumbered, poorly acclimated, and tactically unsound. They were slaughtered. Most of the Portuguese nobility who accompanied him died. And Sebastian? He vanished. No confirmed body, no heroic last stand, no martyrdom. Just gone. That's where things get weird. Because the Portuguese refused to believe he was dead. Surely, a king so devout, so destined, couldn't simply die. He must have survived, maybe imprisoned, maybe hiding, maybe waiting to return. Thus was born Sebastianism, a cult-like belief that the king would come back in Portugal's darkest hour, riding through the fog, like King Arthur returning to Albion. For years, impostors appeared across Europe claiming to be Sebastian. Some had vague resemblances. One even fooled parts of the population for a time. They were arrested, executed, exiled. But the belief lingered. Centuries passed. Portugal endured crises, earthquakes, colonial collapses, and still whispers persisted. Maybe this was the hour. Maybe the fog would part. Maybe the king was just beyond the veil. Even today, the phrase, to wait for Sebastian, remains in Portuguese a metaphor for clinging to impossible hope. So, if a salad can kill you and a battlefield can immortalize you, what about architecture? What happens when a king turns martyrdom into masonry? Philip II and the Gridiron Monastery. Philip II of Spain wasn't known for his sense of humour. He was rigid, devout, deeply Catholic, and emotionally allergic to flair. But even a man of such grayscale temperament couldn't resist a symbolic flex when he built El Escorial, his sprawling palace monastery mausoleum, and, allegedly, shaped it like a giant metal cooking grate. You know, the thing St. Lawrence was roasted alive on. It sounds like satire. It isn't. St. Lawrence, a 3rd century Christian martyr, was executed by being grilled over an open flame. When asked to renounce his faith, he famously quipped, "Turn me over, I'm done on this side." It was darkly comic, painful, iconic. And it became, in Philip's hands, an architectural punchline that only a monarch with a messiah complex could pull off. Construction began in 1563, at the height of Philip's power. Spain's empire was global. The Inquisition was humming along. And Philip, convinced he was God's steward on earth, wanted to leave a legacy that fused piety, power, and permanence. El Escorial was the result. A vast, cold, austere structure of stone, shadow, and symmetry. It housed a basilica, a royal palace, a library, a monastery, and the royal crypt. No gold-plated Versailles-style decadence here. Just granite and judgment. The building's layout, according to tradition, mimics a gridiron St. Lawrence's torture instrument. Whether this was literal or symbolic is still debated, but the myth took hold. Philip had commissioned a royal headquarters shaped like martyrdom, a statement of faith, suffering, and control. Inside, the atmosphere matched the legend. Everything was measured, precise, severe. The library, one of the grandest in Europe, held works in Arabic, Latin, Greek, and Hebrew, despite the Inquisition's distaste. Philip believed knowledge, like power, should be contained and catalogued. He personally reviewed blueprints, annotated spiritual texts, and micromanaged the flow of candles. His father, Charles V, was buried there. So would Philip himself be. The crypt became a kind of dynastic furnace sealed beneath the altar, royal bones stacked like sacred firewood. Philip lived and ruled inside El Escorial like a man awaiting Judgment Day in advance. And when death came in 1598, after years of gout, insomnia, and moral constipation, he died as he lived, buried beneath cold stone, wrapped in spiritual certainty. Because if you're going to burn for God, Philip thought, you might as well build the grill first. And from scorched saints to silent film, our next king preferred his gasoline with a side of screen time. Racing cars by day, cameoing in films by night. Long before influencers, there was Alfonso XIII and the Petrolhead Prince on film. Alfonso XIII of Spain, born in 1886, was a king from the moment he exited the womb, literally. Crowned king at birth following his father's death, Alfonso came into the world like a character from a fable, draped in royal linen, surrounded by courtiers, and utterly unaware that his life would be a strange collision between tradition and combustion engines. Alfonso was not a man bound by protocol. He may have ruled a monarchy, but he preferred the smell of oil and rubber to incense and politics. At heart, he was a gearhead, an adrenaline chaser, who found the purr of an engine more thrilling than the drone of ministers. He loved fast cars. He raced them. He collected them. He even drove them through city streets with reckless gusto, alarming his guards and amusing the press. His passion for speed earned him the nickname El Rey Automovilista, the motorist king. But cars were only part of it. Alfonso also had a thing for movies. Yes, movies. While many monarchs were still figuring out how electricity worked, Alfonso was already staging cameos in early silent films. One of the most famous is a blink-and-you'll-miss-it appearance in a short film showing the king waving to a crowd, part of a growing archive of royal image-making that blended public relations with personal ego. In a time when monarchy was supposed to be austere and solemn, Alfonso was out there living like a 1,920-second influencer. He flirted with celebrities, posed for the camera, and let his love of modern technology bleed into his royal persona. In some ways, he was ahead of his time, a king trying to market monarchy as modern, sleek, and fast-moving. Unfortunately, Spain wasn't as enthusiastic about the new aesthetic. His reign was marked by political instability, dictatorship, and eventual exile. While Alfonso was out joyriding, the country was struggling with labor unrest, economic troubles, and a lack of faith in the monarchy itself. His support for Miguel Primo de Rivera's dictatorship in the 1922nd didn't help. By 1931, the Second Spanish Republic was declared, and Alfonso fled allegedly still surrounded by his beloved cars. He died in exile in Rome, far from the streets he once raced through and the cameras he once waved at. His legacy? A strange blend of gasoline, glamour, and a crumbling empire. And speaking of empires that collapsed under the weight of their appetites, the next monarch didn't just indulge in excess, he custom-built a love chair to handle it. Edward VII and the engineering of lust. Before he was king, Edward VII of England was simply known as Bertie. And Bertie had a problem. Namely, he had a body built like a barrel and appetites to match. By the time he ascended the throne in 1901, Edward was already famous or infamous for his romantic exploits, his hedonistic lifestyle, and a peculiar piece of Parisian furniture that history has come to know as le siège d'amour, the love chair. Let's get straight to it. This was not a piece of furniture designed for sitting with tea and a book. No. The love chair was designed to help Edward engage in group activities of an intimate nature without, shall we say, placing undue strain on his royal frame. Built to accommodate both his girth and his preferences, the chair was more engineering marvel than erotic novelty. Constructed by the upscale French furniture maker Sobre, the device allowed Edward to recline comfortably while his partners could be arranged in various positions around him, thus allowing for maximum indulgence with minimum physical exertion. The design included padded supports, handles, and even elements that suggested it was crash-tested for royal stability. This was the monarchy meets the Kama Sutra meets late-stage Victorian mechanics. It was housed at the famous Parisian brothel Le Chabanais, one of Edward's favourite haunts during his frequent escapes from British decorum. He was a regular guest, so much so that the madam of the house kept a specific suite tailored to his preferences. The love chair wasn't a rumour, it survived. It's still around today, quietly preserved as one of the most bizarre pieces of royal memorabilia in history. And yet, despite his indiscretions, or perhaps because of them, Edward was strangely beloved. The public knew. The court whispered. But the monarchy, bruised and dour under Queen Victoria's long, grief-drenched reign, needed a jolt of life. Edward gave them that. He threw parties. He made fashion statements. He understood optics, charm, and soft diplomacy. He reigned for just 9 years before dying in 1910, but he did it with flair, with velvet waistcoats, and with a chair that has outlived almost every other item in his boudoir. History rarely remembers kings for furniture. Edward VII is the glorious exception. And yet, for all his charm, his mother was the real enigma, a woman whose grief etched itself into every inch of her world, right down to her burial. Queen Victoria and the grave that held two loves. Queen Victoria ruled an empire so vast it spanned continents, oceans, and ideologies, but her heart, the core of her emotional universe, never extended beyond two men, Prince Albert, her husband and partner in state, and John Brown, her Scottish servant, confidant, and emotional crutch after Albert's death. When Albert died in 1861, Victoria didn't just mourn, she dissolved. She wore black for the rest of her life, retreated from public appearances, and turned her palaces into mausoleums. Her grief was monumental, obsessive, and unrelenting. Statues of Albert sprang up like royal headstones across the empire. His rooms were preserved exactly as he left them. She kept his dressing gown hanging on the back of a chair for decades. Even his shaving kit remained untouched. And then there was John Brown, a rugged, plain-spoken Scot who became her closest companion in widowhood. Brown was everything Albert wasn't: earthy, blunt, and unapologetically normal. He called her woman when no one else dared. He fetched her breakfast. He protected her. The court was scandalized. Rumors flew. Some claimed they had a secret marriage. Others whispered about his influence, his power, his bedroom proximity. Victoria never clarified. She didn't have to. When she died in 1901, her funeral arrangements included two profoundly intimate tokens: Albert's dressing gown and a lock of John Brown's hair. Both were placed in the coffin. Her final outfit was black silk, her final statement, a silent curation of the two loves of her life, one official, one forbidden, both eternal. Even in death, Victoria curated the narrative. She didn't just reign, she wrote her own ending, one object at a time. George IV and the fashion emergency at the banquet. George IV of England didn't wear clothes, he wore monuments. Layers of silk, embroidery, lace, feathers, velvet, medals, and occasionally more medals. His tailor bills could rival a small country's GDP. He was the living embodiment of regal vanity, a walking opera of excess, and the only man in British history to be quite literally trapped by his own fashion sense. Born in 1762, George ascended the throne in 1820 after decades as the Prince Regent, a role he took up when his father, George III, fell into madness. But long before the crown officially rested on his extravagant curls, George had already developed a reputation as the ultimate royal peacock. His clothes weren't just elaborate, they were structural challenges. Walking in them required planning, sitting required calculation, and eating, that's where things went wrong. At one particularly notorious banquet, after devouring course upon course of delicacies drowned in butter, cream, and French ego, George reportedly found himself unable to stand up, not from intoxication or fatigue, but because his outfit had cinched, swelled, and bloated around his body like a luxurious sarcophagus. Servants had to cut him out of it, a royal emergency involving scissors, sweat, and probably several ruined waistcoats. This wasn't a one-off incident. George was known for theatrical excess, jewel-encrusted garters, gold epaulets, plumed hats the size of artillery shells. His coronation outfit alone weighed over 100 pounds. He dressed like Versailles had exploded in his wardrobe. And when his body expanded with age courtesy of copious alcohol, constant overeating, and total lack of moderation, his tailoring simply tried to keep up. He was also a man of immense insecurity. Beneath the brocade and bravado was a monarch desperate for love, approval, and admiration. His vanity was armor, tailored and gilded. But like most armor, it couldn't protect him from the slow decay of respect. By the end of his reign, he was seen as bloated, both literally and politically, and he died a man as mocked as he was mourned. But if George's royal decadence stitched his downfall in silk and gold, the next royal house took a darker turn. They stitched their own bloodlines into ever-tightening knots, until even their jaws began to whisper the consequences. The Habsburgs and the collapse of the family tree. No royal house in European history was quite as obsessed with marrying itself as the Habsburgs. These were people who looked at a family tree and saw a cozy circle. A dynasty that turned cousine marriage into dynastic strategy, and in doing so, built an empire so intertwined it eventually imploded under the weight of its own genetics. From the late Middle Ages into the 18th century, the Habsburgs ruled vast swathes of Europe, Spain, Austria, the Holy Roman Empire, and more, largely thanks to an aggressive marriage policy. Their motto, "Let others wage war. You, fortunate Austria, marry." And marry they did relentlessly. Uncles married nieces, first cousins Wednesday. The same names cycled again and again. At one point, Charles II of Spain's family tree shows more loops than branches. By the time he was born in 1661, he had so little genetic variation that his family might as well have been playing royal Jenga with chromosomes. The result? The infamous Habsburg jaw, a protruding lower mandible, severe underbite, and speech impediments that became a grotesque badge of dynastic pride. Portraits were flattering. Reality was tragic. Charles II, the final Habsburg ruler of Spain, suffered from epilepsy, infertility, chronic illness, and reportedly couldn't chew his food properly. He was convinced he was bewitched. He wasn't. He was just the end product of too many Thanksgivings with the same guests. And it wasn't just Charles. Across generations, Habsburg suffered from physical deformities, mental instability, and low fertility. Their obsession with blood purity didn't just tighten the succession, it strangled it. The line eventually collapsed, leaving a royal vacuum that helped ignite the War of Spanish Succession. To outsiders, the Habsburgs appeared powerful, an empire of cathedrals, armies, and treaties. But behind palace doors, they were a cautionary tale in human form, proof that divine right and family pride can warp not just minds, but genes. From hereditary collapse, we now pivot to the stars. Because while the Habsburgs were busy marrying themselves into extinction, one Danish king built a scientific island, filled it with astronomers, and gave a man with a gold nose free rein to measure the heavens. Frederick II of Denmark and the island of astronomers. Picture a king who funds science not just to brag, but to compete with the stars. That was Frederick II of Denmark, who in the 16th century became the unlikely patron of one of the strangest scientific partnerships in history. A monarch, a golden-nosed astronomer, and a purpose-built island called Uraniborg. Frederick, born in 1534, wasn't a scientist himself, but he had the rare royal instinct to recognize genius when he saw it. Enter Tycho Brahe, a Danish nobleman turned astronomer with a metal prosthetic nose. He'd lost the original in a duel over math, a flair for data collection, and the ego of a small planet. Frederick gave Brahe an entire island heaven off the coast of Denmark and bankrolled the construction of Uraniborg, a hybrid observatory palace laboratory unlike anything Europe had seen. There were no telescopes yet, but Brahe built giant instruments, quadrants, sextants, and armillary spheres to measure celestial movements with freakish precision. He recorded the heavens like an accountant with a vendetta. Brahe didn't just chart stars. He held banquets, kept a tame elk, employed a court jester who may have had psychic visions. His assistant, Johannes Kepler. And through it all, Frederick continued the funding, understanding that royal prestige could now come in the form of planetary tables as much as territory. Uraniborg became a wonder of its time, a cathedral to data, funded by a monarch who saw future glory, not in gold, but in ephemerides. Frederick's support helped seed the revolution in astronomy that would soon topple Earth's privileged place in the cosmos. But as monarchs change, so do priorities. Frederick died in 1588. His successor, Christian IV, was less charmed by Brahe's expenses and eccentricities. The funding dried up. Brahe left. The island faded. Still, for one glimmering moment, a king's money and a madman's sky maps aligned, and the universe got measured. And speaking of eccentric sky dwellers, our next king wouldn't just map the heavens, he'd bake rum into his royal legacy. Because when you think monarch, you probably don't think cake. But that's exactly what Poland's king left behind. King Stanisław Leszczyński and the Baba o Rum legacy. There are kings who leave behind empires, and then there are kings who leave behind dessert. Stanisław Leszczyński, former King of Poland and Duke of Lorraine, is remembered not for his reign, which was intermittent at best, but for a sponge cake soaked in rum. A monarch's appetite preserved in pastry. Let's rewind. Born in 1677, Stanisław ascended to the Polish throne with a little help from Sweden's King Charles XII, who installed him after a military campaign. Unfortunately, Stanisław's grip on power was as firm as a sugar cube in hot tea. He was exiled, then reinstalled, then exiled again. He spent much of his later life in France, living more like a well-dressed intellectual uncle than a dethroned monarch. But Stanisław was far from bitter. He leaned into his new role as a patron of the arts, thinker, and most surprisingly innovator of desserts. Legend has it he was presented with a traditional Kugelhof, a dry, yeasty cake of Central European origin, and found it too dull, too dense, too royal in the worst sense, heavy, old, and self-important. So he had it fixed. He soaked the cake in rum, added saffron, maybe raisins, maybe a bit of orange blossom. Sources differ. But what emerged was a transformed creation. Light, sweet, alcoholic, and dangerously irresistible. He named it after Ali Baba, the character from the Arabian Nights, a nod to his love of Eastern stories, and a name that stuck around just long enough to mutate into Baba O Rum. From there, it spread. The pastry migrated to France, then to the world. Chefs refined it, glazed it, dressed it in whipped cream and cherries. But the DNA remained. Stanisław A.W.'s accidental masterpiece, born from boredom and booze. Meanwhile, back in Lorraine, Stanisław continued to philosophize, write essays, and tinker with pastries. His court became a haven for Enlightenment thinkers. Voltaire visited. So did Rousseau. For a man so often booted from power, he built a surprisingly influential afterlife. He died in 1766 after his robe caught fire, an appropriately strange end for a king better known for baking than battles. But the cake endured. You can still find it today in French patisseries. A small golden crown soaked in sweet liquor, named for a monarch who failed at ruling but succeeded at dessert. And while Stanisław sweetened the royal legacy with alcohol, the next ruler took sweetness off the menu entirely, preferring blood, spikes, and terrifying dress codes. Vlad III and the Turban Incident. You might know him as Vlad the Impaler, or perhaps by his PR-enhanced Gothic pseudonym, Dracula. But long before he became a metaphor for eternal evil, Vlad III of Wallachia was simply a 15th century prince with a penchant for inventive violence and an unflinching sense of national pride. Which brings us to the turbans. Sometime during his rule, records are vague but vivid. A delegation of Ottoman envoys arrived at Vlad's court. These emissaries, in keeping with Islamic custom, wore turbans and refused to remove them in the presence of the Christian prince. It was a standard gesture of religious respect in their culture, and they likely assumed Vlad would recognize it as such. He did not. Vlad, known for turning etiquette into psychological warfare, reportedly responded, "If you value your turbans so much, then you shall keep them." And then he nailed the turbans to their heads. Yes, literally. As in, he ordered iron spikes driven through the cloth and into the skulls of the emissaries. Royal diplomacy, at its most subtle. Was this story exaggerated? Probably. Chroniclers of the time had a flair for the theatrical. But it rings disturbingly true when placed against Vlad's broader record, impaling enemies by the thousands, leaving forests of corpses as warnings, boiling nobles alive, and using terror as a literal strategy for statecraft. His methods weren't madness, they were message. Wallachia, sandwiched between powerful rivals the Ottoman Empire to the south, Hungary to the north was constantly under threat. Vlad ruled through fear, because fear was all he had, and it worked. His brutal reputation kept invaders at bay. It also haunted European nightmares for centuries, culminating in Bram Stoker's Dracula, a fictional vampire with just enough of Vlad's flavor to seem real. But the historical Vlad wasn't supernatural. He was cold, brilliant, and ruthless. A man who understood that sometimes the crown sits easiest on a head that everyone fears touching. And if Vlad turned emissaries into gruesome hat-racks, our next royal took a more festive approach to fear-transforming national celebrations into explosive, state-sponsored fireworks shows. Prince Mihailo and the Fireworks of Belgrade. Imagine ruling a kingdom where your favorite policy was celebration by detonation. That was Prince Mihailo Obrenović of Serbia, who reigned not once, but twice, and loved fireworks with a passion typically reserved for thrones or mistresses. Born in 1823, Mihailo came from a dynasty defined by turbulence. The Obrenović family had a knack for losing power, regaining it, and then dying dramatically. Mihailo's own father had been dethroned, exiled, and restored. So it's no surprise that when Mihailo took the throne, he decided to rule with both steel and spectacle. But It's the spectacle part we're here for. Mihailo adored fireworks, not just for national events, but for personal amusement. He reportedly commissioned elaborate pyrotechnic displays that turned the night skies over Belgrade into a canvas of light and noise. Celebrations weren't subtle, they were explosive. Every victory, treaty, or royal anniversary was accompanied by dazzling light shows, visible for miles. This wasn't just indulgence, it was symbolism. Fireworks were relatively new to Balkan royal display, and Mihailo used them to signal progress, modernity, and Serbian identity. In a region grappling with Ottoman influence and rising nationalism, nothing said "we're here to stay" like filling the air with coordinated fire. He also pursued serious reforms, building a national theatre, strengthening Serbia's autonomy, modernizing infrastructure. But the people remembered the skies. Children watched with awe. Elders muttered about waste. Nobles smiled awkwardly while flinching at every bang. His reign ended tragically in 1868, when he was assassinated in Koshutnyak Park, likely as part of a dynastic conspiracy. The fireworks stopped. The night fell silent, and Serbia slipped once more into political uncertainty. But for a brief, brilliant time, Mihailo ruled like a man who believed history should be written in light. And speaking of romantic illusions, our next queen turned a gloomy Transylvanian fortress into her private fairy tale and wrote bedtime stories between diplomatic duties, Queen Marie of Romania and the fairy tales of Bran Castle. If Romania's Queen Marie had been born in another time, she might have become a best-selling fantasy novelist or a bohemian recluse with ink-stained fingers and a dozen cats. Instead, she was born into royalty, married into politics, and spent her days balancing statecraft with daydreams. And in the shadow of the Carpathians, she made a castle into a storybook. Marie was born in 1875, a granddaughter of Queen Victoria, raised between British Reserve and Russian imperial grandeur. She married Ferdinand of Romania, a man as stiff as the starch in his uniform collars, and stepped into a nation struggling to define itself on the European stage. But where others saw dusty diplomacy, Marie saw a canvas. She was beautiful, theatrical, and stubborn. Romania called her the Soldier Queen for her work during World War I touring hospitals, organizing relief, wearing nurses' garb while writing letters to generals. But beneath the uniform beat the heart of a mystic. She believed in symbols, dreams, love beyond duty. Her soul belonged to Bran Castle, a wind-swept fortress perched on the cliffs of Transylvania. Now, Bran Castle wasn't actually Dracula's home. It had nothing to do with Vlad the Impaler. But Marie didn't care. She saw something in its bones, a place where legends lived. So she filled it with tapestries, carved furniture, mosaics, orchids, Persian rugs, and quiet corners for writing. It became a hybrid of royal escape and literary hideaway, a place where treaties could be ignored and the imagination let loose. And she wrote. Fairy tales, memoirs, poems, all tinged with longing and lush description. Her stories often blurred truth and fantasy, as if the veil between the world and its magical double were gossamer thin. In one tale, a girl turns into a waterfall. In another, death becomes a red rose. But don't mistake the lace in literature for weakness. Marie was steel wrapped in chiffon. She played the diplomatic game better than most of her male counterparts. At the Paris Peace Conference in 1919, she charmed world leaders into recognizing Greater Romania. She was bold, strategic, and utterly aware of the power of spectacle both on the battlefield and in the ballroom. She died in 1938, buried at Curtea de Argeș, but her heart literally was placed in a tiny chapel near Bran, a queen who ruled with ink, instinct, and a penchant for metaphor. And if Bran Castle became her fairy tale retreat, our next royal was drawn to quieter passions. He didn't write stories. He cultivated them orchids, specifically because even monarchs can fall in love with the delicate drama of blooming flowers. Tsar Ferdinand I of Bulgaria and the Orchid Empire. Ferdinand I of Bulgaria was, by all appearances, a walking contradiction, a self-styled modernizer who clung to aristocratic ritual, a German-born ruler of a Balkan country, a monarch who made war but preferred to talk about plants, specifically orchids, lots of them. Born in 1861, Ferdinand was a member of the Kohari branch of the House of Saxe-Coburg and Gotha, yes, the same sprawling European family tree that also birthed Queen Victoria's consort and various other crowned heads. But unlike his military-minded cousins, Ferdinand cultivated something different. While others built empires, he built greenhouses. He was crowned Prince of Bulgaria in 1887 and declared himself Tsar in 1908, just as the Balkans were trembling on the brink of the 20th century's worst nightmares. But behind the marble and mustaches, Ferdinand was a botanist, a lepidopterist, a meticulous collector of rare plants, birds, and insects. His palace gardens weren't just pretty, they were catalogued, classified, and obsessively maintained. His particular obsession? Orchids. Exotic, temperamental, demanding orchids. Ferdinand imported them from everywhere, tropical regions, colonial ports, hothouses in Vienna. He had them crossbred, labelled, documented. His palace greenhouses became a botanical kingdom, humming with humidity and the quiet ambition of a man who preferred petals to politics. But politics, of course, didn't care. Bulgaria under Ferdinand wasn't a peaceful haven. His reign included the Balkan Wars, alliance juggling during World War I, and ultimately catastrophic defeat. In 1918, he abdicated in favour of his son Boris III, retreating not to exile but to the world of butterflies and blooms. He retired to Coburg, where he wrote memoirs and papers on flora and fauna, slipping into the kind of quiet obscurity most kings dread but he savoured. In a way, he was never built for thrones. He was built for terrariums, for greenhouses and magnifying glasses, for the quiet pride of naming a hybrid orchid after yourself. He died in 1948, having outlived his empire, but not his orchids. From the delicate control of a greenhouse to the unpredictable chaos of the stage, our next monarch juggled scripts instead of soldiers and reigned over reels rather than regiments. King Nicola of Montenegro, the poet and the playwright king. Most monarchs dabble in power. King Nicola I of Montenegro dabbled in poetry and drama and foreign diplomacy and fatherhood on an international scale, earning him the nickname the father-in-law of Europe. But first and foremost, Nicola was a man who ruled with both pen and sword. Born in 1841, Nicola came to power in 1860 after the assassination of his uncle. Montenegro, at the time, was more mountain stronghold than nation-state, a rugged terrain full of warriors, tribal pride, and the constant threat of Ottoman retaliation. Nicola had to modernize, unify, and, above all, survive. He did, and he did it while writing plays. Nicola composed dramatic works that were staged locally and sometimes abroad. His poetry, mostly nationalistic and romantic, painted Montenegro as a land of noble savagery where freedom and sacrifice were part of the soil. He wasn't Shakespeare, but he was sincere, and his writing served as both cultural identity and subtle propaganda. At home, Nicola reformed education, built roads, and navigated Montenegro through wars and territorial gains. Abroad, he married off his daughters like a master chess player. One daughter became Queen of Italy. Another married the Russian royal family. Others found princely husbands across Europe. Nicola's family tree stretched into palaces from Rome to St. Petersburg. But the stage wasn't always his to control. World War I was unkind. Montenegro sided with the Allies, but when the war ended, the country was annexed into the new kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes. Nicola was deposed in absentia and exiled to France, where he continued writing now poetry tinged with loss. He died in 1921, far from his mountainous kingdom, remembered more as a father, a writer, and a cultural patriarch than as a ruler of geopolitical consequence. Yet even in defeat, Nicola understood one thing: empires fall, but stories remain. And if Nicola turned Montenegro into a stage, our next queen would turn the idea of monarchy itself on its head by ruling in a place where kings were supposed to be men, the queens of Aceh ruling against the tide. In the 17th century, when most of the world insisted that women should be seen, not heard, especially not from a throne, the Sultanate of Aceh in northern Sumatra said, "Actually, no. We'll have 4 queens, thank you." From 1641 to 1699, the Islamic Sultanate was ruled by a succession of female monarchs, each holding power in a world where such a thing was not just rare, it was almost unthinkable. Not just a queen consort, not just a regent, these were reigning queens, full sovereigns, issuing edicts and commanding armies in a region teeming with patriarchal expectations and volatile geopolitics. The first of these was Sultana Tajul Alam, Safiatuddin Shah, daughter of Sultan Iskandar Muda, Aceh's greatest ruler. She took the throne after her husband's death, and surprisingly, the court didn't erupt in scandal or succession wars. Instead, she was embraced by the aristocracy and the scholars. Because in Aceh, while Islamic, the interpretation of law and legitimacy was flexible, especially if it meant maintaining dynastic continuity and avoiding the chaos of infighting. And it wasn't just one lucky break. Tajul Alam was followed by 3 more female rulers: Sultana Nurul Alam Nakiatuddin Saya, Sultana Inayat Zakiatuddin Saya, and finally, Sultana Kamalat Saya. Together, they ruled for nearly 60 years, a reign of feminine power that defied every script handed down by regional patriarchs or conservative clerics. The court adapted. Titles were feminized. Treaties were negotiated. Trade flourished, especially with the Dutch and Portuguese. And while Aceh's power declined in comparison to its 16th century heights, the stability offered by these queens was notable. They didn't preside over collapse, they held the line. So what ended the streak? Ironically, religious pressure from the broader Islamic world. Reformist voices, echoing from Mecca to Mughal courts, began whispering louder. A woman could not be head of state. Letters were exchanged. Ulama convened. Aceh finally bent to the orthodoxy. Kamalat Saya was quietly replaced by a male cousin. And the age of queens ended not in rebellion, but in resignation. Still, the memory lingered. Aceh had written a quiet footnote in world history, a matriarchal monarchy inside a Muslim sultanate, at a time when even European queens had to constantly justify their rule. And if Aceh twisted the narrative of who could rule, our next sultanate will twist something else entirely: property law. Because what happens when a royal lease outlives the throne itself? The Sultanate of Sulu and the lease that wouldn't die. In most monarchies, you lose the throne, you lose the power. End of story. But in the curious case of the Sultanate of Sulu, located in the southern Philippines, the real power lay not in the throne, but in a lease. A lease so legally sticky that it outlived the dynasty, survived colonialism, and now lives on in international courts like a ghost clause that refuses to expire. Let's rewind. In 1878, The Sultan of Sulu signed an agreement with a British company, the British North Borneo Company. The deal allowed the company to administer what is now Sabah, a resource-rich region of Borneo. Here's where it gets slippery. The original agreement used the word lease in some translations, cession in others. The payments were meager, a few thousand pesos a year, but the ambiguity would ferment like a forgotten barrel of royal rum. Sulu, at the time, was a fading power. Once a feared maritime kingdom with a fierce navy and a lucrative trade in pearls and slaves, it was being squeezed by Spanish colonization, British expansion, and internal decline. The lease seemed like a practical trade-off, a way to retain symbolic sovereignty while outsourcing the problem. But the British didn't just lease the land. They administered it, taxed it, and eventually passed control to Malaysia, when the Federation was formed in 1963. The payments, they continued, year after year, even after the Sultanate was officially dissolved. Fast forward to the 21st century. A group of heirs to the Sultan of Sulu sued Malaysia over the agreement, claiming billions in unpaid revenue and the return of Sabah. And shockingly, a European court sided with them, issuing a massive arbitration award. Malaysia, predictably, refused to recognize it. The heirs pushed. International law firms circled. Suddenly, a colonial lease from the 1802nd became a geopolitical flashpoint. The Sultanate no longer exists in a governing sense, but its contractual shadow haunts two modern nations. No throne, no army, just paperwork. And if you think that's strange, the next royal power measured success not in land, war, or money, but in something far less tangible, yet far more elusive: happiness. The fourth king of Bhutan and the invention of gross national happiness. In a world obsessed with GDPs, deficits, and quarterly growth, Bhutan's fourth king asked a very different question. But are people happy? This was Jigme Singye Wanchuk, born in 1955, who took the throne in 1972 at the absurdly young age of 16 after the death of his father. He inherited a tiny Himalayan kingdom sandwiched between two geopolitical behemoths, China and India, and decided, almost immediately, that conventional definitions of development were unimpressive. In 1979, during a press conference, he casually uttered the phrase that would define a nation: gross national happiness is more important than gross national product. It sounded like a slogan, a bumper sticker, a vague royal platitude, but he meant it, and then he built it. Under his guidance, Bhutan enshrined gross national happiness as a national policy framework. It wasn't just feel-good fluff, it became an intricate philosophy, balancing economic development with cultural preservation, environmental sustainability, and good governance. The metrics were, frankly, wild. Surveys included questions about spiritual well-being, time spent with family, trust in institutions, and connection to nature. It was part Buddhist principle, part policy innovation. Ministries were required to evaluate projects not just for profit, but for how they affected collective joy. Cynics rolled their eyes. Western economists scoffed. But Bhutan persisted. Roads were built cautiously. Tourism was tightly regulated. Television and the internet were only introduced in 1999 with warnings. The aim wasn't isolationism, it was intentionality. And Jigme Singye wasn't just talk. In 2006, he shocked the nation by abdicating, voluntarily passing the crown to his son and initiating Bhutan's transition to democracy. A king stepping down not in disgrace or old age, but at the peak of his power, because he believed governance should evolve. His legacy? A country still awkwardly balancing modernity and mysticism, but doing it on its own terms. GNH remains enshrined in Bhutan's constitution. And while happiness remains elusive everywhere, Bhutan dared to measure it. From elusive feelings to elusive kings, our next monarch had to flee his palace in a car just to end his dynasty's rule. Sometimes happiness isn't possible until the jailbreak. King Tribhuvan of Nepal and the Great Royal Escape. Most kings are born into gilded cages. But King Tribhuvan of Nepal didn't just rattle the bars, he escaped through the back door in a diplomat's car. Born in 1906, Tribhuvan inherited the crown at the age of 5, but like many monarchs in name only, he grew up as a puppet under the real power, the Rana regime. The Ranas were hereditary prime ministers who effectively ruled Nepal for over a century, using the monarchy as ceremonial window dressing while they exercised autocratic control. Tribhuvan wore the crown, sat on the throne, waved at parades, but the decisions came from someone else's desk. That was fine when he was a child. But as Tribhuvan grew older, so did his frustration. He watched his people suffer under a regime of isolation and oppression as Nepal fell further behind the rest of the world. Education was stifled. Communication with the outside world was limited. Progress was a threat, and the Ranas liked it that way. But not Tribhuvan. By the 1942nd, Nepal was stirring. Inspired by India's independence movement and spurred by growing discontent, the seeds of rebellion were taking root. Tribhuvan quietly supported anti-Rana factions, met with underground leaders, and most critically began plotting his exit. In November 1950, with the Rana regime growing suspicious, Tribhuvan took the ultimate risk. Under the pretext of a diplomatic visit, he fled the royal palace in a car belonging to the Indian embassy. With him were several family members, including his grandson, the future King Birendra. They were whisked away under diplomatic protection and flown to India, where they sought asylum. It was, in every sense, a royal jailbreak. The Ranas panicked. They tried to install a rival king, Tribhuvan's grandson Gyanendra, as a puppet. But the people weren't fooled. Protests erupted. The tide turned. India refused to recognize the new monarch and threw its support behind Tribhuvan. Within months, negotiations forced the Ranas to back down. Tribhuvan returned to Nepal in early 1951, not as a figurehead, but as a legitimate king with restored authority. The Rana dictatorship was formally dismantled and a new democratic era began, albeit shakily. Tribhuvan had pulled off the unthinkable, a royal escape turned revolutionary return. He died a few years later in 1955, leaving behind a legacy of quiet resistance, strategic escape, and a country finally beginning to find its voice. His escape wasn't just a personal rebellion, it was the start of the end for feudal control in Nepal. And while Tribhuvan fought tyranny from within, our next monarchy was battling something altogether different, a beauty standard defined by a single, gravity-defying feature. Let's talk whiskers, power, and the politics of facial hair, the Qajar court and the power of the mustache. In the 19th century Persian court, power wasn't just worn on the head, it curled above the lips. Under the Qajar dynasty, particularly during the reign of Nasir al-Din Shah, who ruled from 1848 to 1896, the mustache was more than a fashion statement. It was a symbol of virility, authority, and a strange kind of sacred geometry. The Shah himself sported a gloriously twisted specimen, thick, waxed, and curled like a calligrapher's flourish. But it wasn't just personal flair. His entire court followed suit. Moustaches became the measure of masculinity. The bigger the whiskers, the more respected the man. And this wasn't limited to warriors or aristocrats. Even civil servants were judged by their follicles. Portraits from the time show rows of Qajar officials with nearly identical expressions, stoic faces framed by extravagant curls, as if the entire government had emerged from the same grooming salon. But it didn't stop at admiration. The mustache was judged, ranked, and yes, even entered in competitions. Royal contests were held to determine the finest facial hair, with prizes awarded for length, symmetry, and curl technique. It was beauty as political language. Just as the elaborate tiles of a mosque spoke to divine order, a well-formed mustache was a microcosm of discipline and regal presence. And then there were the women. Qajar women, especially those in the harem, were often photographed with heavy unibrows and, yes, faint mustaches. These weren't flaws, they were admired features. The aesthetic ideal favored thick brows, round faces, and facial hair that blurred the lines of gendered beauty. In the West, these images often circulate today with a kind of mocking confusion. But in the Qajar context, they represented power, fertility, and sensual presence. And photography played its part. Nasir al-Din Shah was obsessed with the camera. He built darkrooms, hired photographers, and filled albums with images of his mustachioed courtiers and elaborately adorned harem. Beauty was recorded, documented, and preserved, not for Instagram, but for eternity. Of course, underneath the waxed bravado, the Qajar regime struggled with internal decline and rising foreign influence. By the early 20th century, the dynasty would collapse under the weight of constitutional revolution, oil politics, and modernizing pressure. But in their heyday, the Qajars understood something many courts forget. When your grip on power is slipping, control the image. And speaking of controlled images, our next royal banquet wasn't about style, it was about posture. Because when reclining to eat becomes a requirement, you know you've stepped into a realm where dinner is as sacred as ceremony. The Achaemenid banquets, power in a reclining pose. The Achaemenid kings of ancient Persia didn't just throw feasts, they staged diplomatic theatre, reclining in power while others stood in awe. Dating back to the 6th century BCE, the Achaemenid Empire, founded by Cyrus the Great and expanded under Darius and Xerxes, was one of the most powerful political entities the ancient world had ever seen. Its kings ruled over a mosaic of cultures, from the Greeks to the Egyptians, the Babylonians to the Indians, and to manage this empire, they didn't just send envoys, they invited guests to dinner. But this wasn't just hospitality, it was hierarchy. At Achaemenid banquets, the king reclined on an ornate couch or bed, propped up on one elbow, serenely sipping wine and nibbling delicacies, while musicians played and slaves circulated with trays. To eat, reclining was not laziness. It was divinity made casual. Only the most honoured guests, usually close royal kin, could join the king in such a posture. Everyone else stood, knelt, or sat lower. It was a meal as architectural allegory, power always above. These banquets weren't simple meals either. They featured hundreds of dishes: roasted meats, spiced stews, flatbreads, fruit compotes, and wines from across the empire. The settings were gilded. The tableware was often solid gold. Servants choreographed their movements. Musicians were selected by rank. Even the lighting was controlled for maximum visual drama. But more than the food, what mattered was the performance. To be seen at an Achaemenid feast was to be measured by the king, by rivals, by history. Were you respectful enough, humble enough, grateful enough for the honour of watching the king chew in luxury? It was monarchy distilled into a meal, a power structure literally baked into the seating chart. Eventually, of course, the empire crumbled, conquered by Alexander the Great, whose own feasts would mirror those of the kings he overthrew. But for centuries, the reclining Persian king remained the image of supreme authority, so powerful he could eat horizontally. And while the Achaemenids dined in gold, our next royal court worshipped something smaller, softer, and infinitely more sacred: cats. Because in ancient Egypt, a feline wasn't a pet, it was policy. The sacred cats of ancient Egypt, when a meow meant divinity. In ancient Egypt, cats weren't just cute, they were divine. These sleek, almond-eyed creatures lounged in temples, stalked palace courtyards, and sat beside kings. They weren't just pets, they were symbols of protection, femininity, fertility, and deadly grace. In a land where religion touched everything from law to lunch, cats didn't just purr, they purred with the weight of gods behind them. The ancient Egyptians believed that cats were the earthly avatars of Bastet, a goddess with a lion's power and a domestic cat's charm. Bastet protected households from evil spirits and disease, especially diseases that plagued women and children. Her domain was one of balance, fierce yet nurturing, elegant yet brutal, when provoked, much like the cats who symbolized her. As a result, felines occupied a place in Egyptian society that no modern pet has ever quite rivaled. They were fed lavishly, housed in temples, adorned with jewelry, and mummified upon death. Entire cemeteries were dedicated to feline remains. Cat funerals were real. Mourning owners shaved their eyebrows as a sign of grief. Grieving a cat wasn't eccentric, it was religiously appropriate. And woe to the person who harmed one. Killing a cat, even accidentally, was a capital offense. There are historical accounts, likely exaggerated, but plausible, of Roman visitors witnessing mobs murder someone who'd harmed a cat. A meow could start a riot. This reverence wasn't limited to temples and households. Pharaohs themselves were often depicted with cats. Some even kept them in the royal court as symbols of their closeness to the gods. The divine and domestic overlapped. You might walk past a palace window and glimpse a cat lounging on silk, half asleep and entirely in charge. But the real power of the cat cult came in subtle form. It blurred the line between royalty and religion. Pharaohs considered divine themselves, aligned with gods like Bastet to reinforce their authority. A ruler who was seen stroking a sacred cat wasn't just being affectionate, they were participating in divine communion. Even the economy bowed to the feline form. Artisans produced thousands of cat statues. Merchants traded in cat-themed amulets. Priests tended to cat cults like high-end caretakers. It wasn't just about belief, it was industry, politics, aesthetics, all braided into one elegant tail flick. Of course, eventually the Greeks and then the Romans rolled in. They scoffed at the Egyptian reverence for animals. They tried to replace Bastet with their own gods, but the cult of the cat was sticky. It lingered. Even centuries later, when Egypt had long fallen, travelers still noted the eerie presence of feline statues guarding tombs and temples like soft-footed sentinels of the old world. And as we leave behind the elegant predators of Egypt, we meet a royal couple who ruled not through war, but weirdness. Their family portraits weren't heroic or violent, but tender. Meet the pharaoh who redefined royal art and let affection take center stage. Akhenaten and Nefertiti, love and light in stone. In the long, rigid line of Egyptian pharaohs, men who styled themselves as gods and carved their victories in grand, symmetrical stone, Akhenaten was the royal heretic. A man who not only broke religious tradition, but broke the rules of royal aesthetics. With him came Nefertiti, his queen, and their 6 daughters. Together, they reshaped not just Egypt's theology, but its art and perhaps even its soul. Akhenaten, who reigned in the 14th century BCE, was not interested in continuing Egypt's polytheistic status quo. He rejected the sprawling pantheon of gods and elevated a single deity, Aten, the sun disk. Under his reign, Egypt temporarily became monotheistic, an unprecedented theological revolution. Temples were built open to the sky. Hymns were written not to multiple gods, but to one all-seeing solar force. But his revolution wasn't just spiritual, it was aesthetic. Where previous pharaohs had commissioned idealized, rigid statues of themselves, muscular, square-jawed, distant Akhenaten did the opposite. His statues featured elongated faces, soft bellies, narrow shoulders, wide hips. He looked strange, feminine, alien. Scholars have debated the reasons. Was it genetic disease? Artistic philosophy? A rejection of traditional royal symbolism? Whatever the cause, the result was jarring. And then came the most unusual images of all. Scenes of Akhenaten with Nefertiti and their daughters sitting together, playing, kissing, basking in the rays of Aten. Gone were the formal throne poses. Here, instead, was affection, visible tenderness. A royal family depicted not as gods towering over mortals, but as human beings caught in warm, sunlit moments. Children on laps, heads leaned together, lips meeting. Even the sun, Aten, sent down rays tipped with hands, reaching toward them like a celestial caress. These images weren't just rare, they were revolutionary. Never before had Egyptian art dared to show such softness in royal context. It wasn't weakness, it was intimacy as divinity. And yet, as with many revolutions, the backlash came hard. After Akhenaten's death, Egypt's priests and bureaucrats moved quickly to erase him. His city, Amarna, was abandoned. His temples to Aten were smashed, his statues defaced. Even his name was omitted from king lists. The brief monotheistic experiment was discarded like a strange phase in Egypt's long adolescence. But the art survived, and in those chipped carvings and broken statues, something persisted, a different idea of monarchy, a glimpse of affection as power, of light, not as weapon, but as warmth. And now, from rock-hewn tenderness, we descend deeper underground to a king who built an entire city from living stone, not for the living, but for God. A vision, a chisel, and a mystery carved into the bones of Ethiopia. King Lalibela and the rock-hewn churches of stone. In the highlands of northern Ethiopia, nestled among jagged cliffs and volcanic scars, lies a place so improbable it defies logic and maybe gravity. It's not built from stone, it is stone. Churches carved top down into solid rock, monolithic structures forming an entire subterranean city, and at the heart of this architectural miracle is King Lalibela, the Zagwe ruler who dreamed it all into being. The story begins in the 12th century. Lalibela, whose name would later become synonymous with the town itself, reportedly had a divine vision. Some accounts say angels whispered to him. Others claim he was poisoned and received revelations while hovering between life and death. Regardless of the version, the message was clear. Ethiopia needed a new Jerusalem, a second holy city. Why? Because the real Jerusalem had fallen under Muslim control. Pilgrimages were no longer safe or feasible. So Lalibela set out to build a replacement, a heaven on earth carved directly into the mountains of his homeland. But he didn't build on the land, he carved into it. Using teams of workers, some say angels worked by night, Lalibela's vision took shape. 11 churches, connected by tunnels, trenches, and courtyards, were hewn from solid rock. They weren't assembled brick by brick, they were excavated, sculpted, revealed. Imagine digging a cathedral out of a single stone without making a mistake. One wrong cut, and it all collapses. The result is breathtaking. Bete Georgis, shaped like a Greek cross, hidden beneath the earth like a secret. Bete Medhenalem, the largest monolithic church in the world. Columns, altars, domes, all carved by subtraction. But beyond the architectural feat, the real mystery is how. No blueprints have survived. No clear records explain the process. It would be staggering even with modern tools. With 12th century equipment, it borders on the miraculous. And King Lalibela, he vanished into legend. Some say he was a prophet, others claim he was a priest-king who spent as much time fasting and praying as ruling. His city remains sacred to this day, a site of pilgrimage and wonder, still used for worship by Ethiopian Orthodox Christians. Lalibela carved faith into stone, not to glorify himself, but to offer sanctuary, a cathedral city, hidden in the earth, echoing with ancient chants. And from divine architecture, we now turn to divine biology, because our next king left behind not stone, but genealogy. So many descendants, the math feels mythological. Let's count the royal children, starting with 1, ending with 800. Ismail ibn Sharif, the father of too many nations. Kings are known for conquests, for treaties, for bloodlines. But what happens when the bloodline becomes an avalanche? Enter Ismail ibn Sharif, Sultan of Morocco from 1672 to 1727, a man whose legacy is less about what he built and more about how many people he helped build it with. How many children did he father? According to palace records, 888. Historians usually settle for the more modest claim of 800 plus, with 500 sons alone. This isn't royal exaggeration or mythic inflation, it's bureaucratic fact. The Moroccan court kept track. It was, in its way, a point of dynastic pride. So how does one man reach such staggering numbers? The answer: relentless dedication and administrative support. Ismail maintained a vast harem, reportedly 500 concubines at its peak. His court operated with the kind of reproductive logistics usually reserved for livestock breeding. Women were selected, monitored, and frankly assigned. The palace was both nursery and fortress, and the Sultan treated it as a dynastic engine. But Ismail wasn't just busy in bed. On the throne, he was a hardline absolutist who transformed Morocco from a fractured state into a centralized monarchy. He expelled European powers from several port cities, built a capital at Meknes, and enforced authority with iron discipline. His infamous Black Guard, comprised of thousands of enslaved and conscripted soldiers, kept the peace through sheer fear. He ruled with muscle and magnificence, a mix of cruelty and charisma. He also treated fatherhood as political strategy. His children were more than blood, they were leverage. Princes were used to cement alliances, govern provinces, or simply reinforce the idea that Morocco's royal house was unstoppable. If you were a noble and not somehow related to the king, you were an exception. Everyone else had a cousin in court. But this reproductive dynasty came at a cost. After Ismail's death in 1727, chaos erupted. The royal nursery had become a royal battlefield. Dozens of sons claimed legitimacy. Succession became a blood sport. For over 30 years, Morocco was ruled not by one king, but by a rotating door of squabbling brothers and cousins, all technically qualified, none universally respected. The very abundance that Ismail saw as strength became a curse. And yet, centuries later, the Moroccan royal line still traces back to him. His DNA, quite literally, is the state. But where Ismail's legacy sprawls across the bloodlines of a kingdom, our next royal tale begins not in a palace, but in a parking lot. Because sometimes, power isn't inherited, it's dug up, literally. The second coronation of Richard III, royalty in a parking lot. In 2012, construction workers in Leicester were clearing a car park when they hit something, a bone, then more bones, then a skeleton with a notably curved spine. It didn't take long before a whisper turned into a theory, then into scientific fact. They'd found Richard III, King of England, dead since 1485. Buried beneath layers of asphalt and centuries of history, England's most controversial monarch had been hiding in plain sight. Richard III was the last Plantagenet king, the final ruler of the House of York, and the last English monarch to die in battle, killed at Bosworth Field by forces loyal to Henry Tudor, later Henry VII. His defeat ended the Wars of the Roses and began the Tudor dynasty. His reputation? Not good. Thanks largely to Shakespeare, he was immortalized as a hunchbacked villain, a child-murdering usurper with a crown and a conscience made of stone. But the bones told a different story. The remains showed scoliosis, yes, but no withered arm. He was wounded multiple times, consistent with a violent death. DNA testing confirmed the identity through a living relative. It was, without question, Richard. Suddenly, a man buried in infamy was being reintroduced to the public. Historians debated whether he had been unfairly maligned. Was he truly a villain, or merely a casualty of Tudor propaganda? And then came the truly bizarre part. He got a second coronation. Not literally, but ceremonially. His remains were placed in a coffin, paraded through the city, and reburied in Leicester Cathedral with royal honours in 2015. Tens of thousands of people lined the streets. There were speeches, processions, church bells, royals in attendance. It was the kind of pomp that Richard had been denied in life and certainly in death when he was dumped in an unmarked grave. The whole event blurred the line between historical justice and surreal pageantry. England had, in effect, forgiven a king, or at least given him the full burial he never received. The reinterment ceremony didn't undo his past, it reframed it. A royal villain recast as a tragic figure, a corpse turned celebrity. And if this all feels like the final twist in a bizarre royal saga, it isn't. It's the last twist in our story. Because Richard III's journey from crown to battlefield, to oblivion, to parking lot, to sainthood-adjacent national mourning is the most ironically British thing imaginable. A monarch buried like refuse, resurrected with reverence, sealed into stone beneath stained glass. And in that full circle, we're left with a thought: monarchy. For all its power, always ends in mystery. Some rule through madness, others through myth. Some build castles in clouds. Others become myths under asphalt. But in every case, the crown weighs more than gold. It's heavy with contradiction. And that, in the end, is the most bizarre royal truth of all.